Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. How are you so cool, but your mom is? Well, Diantha? Ash asked, genuinely curious. I'm my father's son, Callum said with a hint of pride. My name is Tierno, and I am endorsed by our champion, Diantha. I promise on my honor as a man I will beat the dark trainers and keep our region safe. Tierno declared, his voice booming. What is that moron doing? Trevor exclaimed in disbelief. Those dark trainers are evil. They're plotting to ruin our league. Well, no more. I will beat these cheaters in battle for our glorious region. Tierno continued. The trainers fell silent, until one started clapping, followed by another, and soon everyone was applauding, except for 7. Sawyer looked mortified, Serena and Trevor were confused, Callum looked ready to explode, and Bonnie fidgeted with a poke ball. The dark trainers, however, were resigned. Well, our peace is gone, Marnie sighed. Fun while it lasted, Ash agreed. Hello, I am the Kalos champion. It is an honor to welcome most of you to our esteemed Kalos League. I promise to make your stay wonderful, and I cannot wait for you to battle. Diantha announced, her voice warm yet commanding. I'm going to kill her, Callum muttered under his breath. Well, bye-bye Mr. Calm Guy, Bonnie quipped. Not the time, Bonnie, Marnie replied, rolling her eyes. My evening was ruined as soon as the dance was announced, so cut me some slack here, Bonnie shot back. Callum tried to stand up, but a dark tendril kept him rooted to his seat. Sorry dude, but I can't let my first guy friend go to jail, Ash said with a grin. Furthermore, tomorrow night is our annual dance. This year, we will add something special. As usual, those who don't attend the dance will be disqualified. But one more thing, any person with powers that are unregistered cannot enter without my permission. I'm sure this is fair, Diantha stated. More than fair, Tierno agreed enthusiastically. Sawyer, Tierno, Shauna, Callum, Bonnie, Trevor, Serena, and Marnie all turned to Ash, who had his eyes closed, breathing deeply. Marnie was helping him stay calm, reminding him of the breathing exercises Excalibur had taught him. So my options are to tell the world what I can do or never enter the Kalos League. Well, forget the Kalos League, Ash declared, frustration evident in his voice. Unfortunately, my fellow champions disagree on this point. As long as that unregistered has a trustworthy partner from a gym leader or higher background, then they can enter. There's no way that idiot has any friends. Those girls are probably just random commoners, so this will work just fine, Diantha added, her tone dismissive. Ash took a deep breath before bursting out laughing, causing everyone in the room to stare at him, some angrily, while his friends looked on fondly. Bonnie laughed alongside him, leaning against him as they shared the moment. Marnie rolled her eyes with a smile, getting up. Come on, you two, let's get to bed. We're making a scene as it is, Marnie urged. Bonnie and Ash stood up, with Callum and Sawyer joining them. Serena and Trevor exchanged one last look with Tierno, who still looked confused, before walking off. Shauna jumped off the stage, sprinting after them. Ash waved at Diantha with a cunning grin, while Bonnie playfully flipped her off, making Ash's grin widen. See you at the dance, Kalos loser. Give the champions my regards, Ash called out as they left. When they arrived at the hotel, it was all over the news. 2 dark trainers and their entourage had disrespected the Kalos champion. The entire region of Kalos, and some from abroad, watched as Ash and Marnie became the new focus of controversy. Corina watched from her gym after a long day of training, laughing as Bonnie flipped off the camera, knowing Ash would be just fine. Gloria watched as Marnie held Ash's hand, feeling a mix of annoyance and admiration for how they managed the situation. Leon chuckled at his younger siblings, while Piers felt proud of his future brother-in-law. The hotel they were staying at no longer accommodated Pokemon trainers, so they had to leave. Ash transported everyone's belongings back to them, and Bonnie led the group to a nearby forest where she had spent a lot of time. They set up camp there. In the morning, Trevor was the first to wake up, opening each person's tent to rouse them, noting it was already 9 o'clock. When he checked on Marnie's tent, she was missing. Instead of panicking, he went to wake Ash, discovering Marnie sleeping beside him. He quickly took a picture before waking them up. Everyone gathered around the campfire, and Ash and Marnie both looked a bit embarrassed. Ash remarked, "So now that I'm the most disliked person in Kalos, what do we do?" Sawyer chimed in, "Forget that. Why were you laughing so hard last night? You still need someone to get in." Bonnie, Callum, and Serena interrupted, "Marnie." Marnie added, "I'm a gym leader's little sister. Plus, if that doesn't work, we know plenty of people who will back him up. So, all we have to do is be each other's date. Easy." Ash replied, "Let's just say Galar loves me." Marnie agreed, and most of Kanto. Ash said, "We'll explain later." Callum offered, "I can get us suits and the like." Serena added, "I can find a dress for you, March." Ash asked, "So, what do Marnie and I do while everyone's out?" Bonnie responded, "I'm not going dress shopping. I can stay with you two and make sure you don't do anything reckless." Marnie teased, "You sound just like him." Murkrow flew down, landing on Marnie's head, while Bonnie's Talonflame, Trevor's Noctowl, Shauna's Swellow, and Fallen Angel patrolled the sky. On the ground, Mystique, Killer Croc, Radiation, Grim Reaper, and the Dark Knight kept watch over Lumio City and the forest to ensure no threats approached. Robin Hood and Excalibur oversaw the entire operation, a plan devised by Marnie. Crooked reported, "MSTR, someone's approaching on a Charizard. Looks like a friend." Ash instructed, "All right. Crooked, take Freeze with you to investigate. If it's hostile, get back to me ASAP." Crooked and Freeze responded, "Sir," and shot into the air. Marnie thought to herself, Ash is really impressive when he acts like this. "No, stop it. This is not the time." Wrath commented, "Oh yeah, Sun found a really good human." Ash ordered, "Robin." Robin replied, "Sir." Ash instructed, "Follow them." After a few minutes, Crooked, with Freeze still on her hat, and Robin landed on a nearby tree. The Charizard landed, and a human stepped off, Leon, the Galar champion. Ash and Leon embraced, while Charizard fist-pumped Robin. Ash's Pokémon, except for Freeze, flew back into the air, and Freeze landed on Charizard's shoulder, the two Pokémon chatting. The others stepped back, gazing at Leon in awe. Leon said, "You've gotten yourself into quite a situation, little bro. Every citizen in Kalos wants you gone. You're just lucky you haven't committed any crimes, or the police would have you in an instant. Nice defense system, though." Ash replied, "Ah, good to see you too, Leon." Marnie greeted, "Hey Lee." Leon responded, "Good to see you, Mrs. Ketchum. Made Piers an uncle yet?" Ash playfully grabbed Leon's wrist with a dark tendril, causing the champion to laugh. Charizard rolled his eyes at Ash. Leon continued, "Guess not. I didn't come here just to warn you. I brought 2 gifts. I know about your Pokédex and that you've captured Marshaddow." Charizard bowed low to Ash's shadow. "Cool, but more importantly." Charizard handed Leon 2 stones, a Dusk Stone and a Dawn Stone. Leon tossed them to Ash, who caught them and looked at the stones, then back at Leon. Leon said, "About time you had some fully evolved Pokémon." Ash replied, "I already do." Leon pointed out, "Dude, you have like, 5. Ash explained, "I promised my team we wouldn't do evolutions until the league is over. But, Frost and Crooked can't grow any more in their forms. But that I really wanted Crooked to be a Murkrow forever. Killer Frost is my 6th Pokémon, I don't want her to evolve." Marnie said softly, "Ash." Ash acknowledged, "I know, March. Gotta let them grow." But it still hurts. Leon reminisced, I remember when Charmeleon was evolving into Charizard, it was the same situation. Marnie offered, I'll get everyone. Freeze volunteered, I got it, Marnie. Marnie thanked, thanks, Freeze. Ash asked, you understand her? Marnie replied, bits and pieces. Crooked landed silently, bowing low to Ash. Killer Frost appeared from her Pokeball, clearly eager to battle since she hadn't fought in a while. Ash placed the stones in front of them. Ash declared, time to grow up, kids. Frost cheered, all right. I can fight now. Dad, promise me. Ash interrupted, you called me Dad. Evolved before I change my mind. Frost exclaimed, you're the best dad. Love you. Crooked added, love you, MSTR. Frost said, see you as a Frostless, Dad. Ash held back tears, thinking, not gonna cry, not gonna cry. Marnie observed, he's really different in battle, huh? Sometimes I forget he's just a kid. Snout touched the stone, glowing blue as she transformed, her features becoming more feminine. Killer Frost evolved into a Frostless. Crooked touched her stone, her body glowing blue as she grew larger, her hat becoming more prominent. The Crooked one evolved into a Honchkrow. Before either Pokemon could move, Ash hugged them tightly, trying not to cry. Marnie and Charizard watched with pride as Ash embraced his newly evolved Pokemon, while Litwick wondered when it would be her turn. After calming himself, Ash released them. Crooked bowed once more and took off into the air, almost colliding with a tree as she adjusted to her new form. Frost asked, Dad, can I battle against Tierno? I want to test out this new power. Ash replied, of course you can, sweetie. Just get used to your body first, okay? A voice interrupted, what happened here? Both Leon and Ash reacted, with Leon readying a Pokeball and Ash drawing a dagger. It was just Callum, skirted by Mystique in her aqua form. The frog gave a quick nod of respect to Frostless before darting off. Frost remarked, so, I float now, can go in the shadows, and I don't have legs. Fun. Marnie encouraged, there are plenty of Pokemon around who can help. Frost agreed, fair point, I'll just get Boss to help me out. She floated toward Doublade. Callum congratulated, congrats on your evolutions. Looks like it's even more impossible for me to win. Ash reassured him, you're a strong trainer too, champion son, so don't give up just yet. But you will lose. Callum retorted, as if. I got the suit for you, Ash, and I thought I saw Serena headed into the forest. Serena arrived, slightly out of breath, apologizing for getting lost. Marnie rolled her eyes and asked Ash if he could create a portal. With a snap of his fingers, Ash conjured a black portal, and the group stepped through. Leon, curious, asked if he could have a portal too, but Ash declined, teasing him about being shot down. Callum remarked on the difference between Leon and his mother, a champion, while Ash noted that most champions were carefree like Leon. Leon expressed his frustration with his mother's nagging, mentioning that only Cynthia could keep her in check. After delivering his package, Leon took off on his Charizard, while Litwick perched on Callum's shoulder. Callum complimented Litwick's shiny appearance, and Ash recounted a recent incident where a small fire had caused chaos, leading him to rescue the little Pokemon. They continued their conversation, and after some time, Callum handed Ash his suit for the upcoming event. Ash changed quickly, donning a dark blue tux, while Callum wore a classic black one. Callum explained that Ash's choice of color would help avoid any misconceptions about his character. As they prepared to head to the stadium, Ash made a portal to transport them there. Callum expressed concern about being noticed, but Ash reassured him that he had created an illusion of their arrival. While waiting for the others, Ash inquired about Callum's upbringing. Callum shared his difficult past, revealing that his mother had neglected him, which fueled his longing to become a champion for the region. Ash promised to give Callum a ticket to the Elite Four if he won, and they made a friendly wager on their upcoming battles. Wrath, Ash's companion, curiously asked if Callum was Ash's brother, to which Ash quickly clarified that they were just friends. As their group gathered, Shauna approached, apologizing on behalf of Tierno. Ash reassured her, sensing her genuine intentions. The group, now complete with Marnie, Bonnie, and Serena, prepared for the first day of the Kalos League. The atmosphere was tense as they watched the matches unfold. Ash commented on the trainers' skills, and Marnie, Bonnie, and Callum shared their less than flattering opinions. Shauna defended the trainers, suggesting that many were simply inexperienced. As they discussed Tierno's Pokémon, Marnie sensed something was off with their aura, hinting at possible enhancements. Ash and the others speculated on the implications of this discovery, with confidence in their own abilities to win against him. Marnie urged Ash to focus on his upcoming battle, reminding him to keep his cool if faced with insults from the crowd. With the stakes high, Ash prepared to step into the arena, determined to prove himself. Serena commented on the situation, noting the sarcasm in Shauna's words. Shauna reflected on how much had changed in a couple of months, recalling how she would have panicked at the thought of a friend being involved in something so serious, yet now she found herself laughing about it. Trevor chimed in, reminiscing about the days when they were just challenging the world with Tierno before meeting Ash and Frost, who had put them in a tough spot. As Ash entered the battlefield through a portal, his companions noticed him immediately. The opposing trainer sneered at Ash, who faced off against a Flygon. The crowd erupted in laughter at the sight of Ash's roulette. One spectator remarked on Ash's choice of Pokémon, questioning the wisdom of bringing a first-stage Pokémon to the Kalos League. Another added that dark trainers were often foolish for choosing such types. The opposing trainer, feeling confident, taunted Ash, but Ash remained unfazed, dismissing the trainer's threats. The referee announced the start of a 3-on-3 battle. The trainer boasted about his lineage, but Ash quickly silenced him. The battle commenced, and Roulette swiftly knocked out Flygon with a well-aimed leaf attack, leaving the crowd in shock. Marnie, watching from the sidelines, had anticipated this outcome, while Callum acknowledged Rowlette's impressive strength. The opposing trainer, bewildered, sent out a Glalie, which trembled in fear at the sight of Ash. Roulette responded with another powerful attack, knocking Glalie out as well. Frustrated, the trainer accused Ash of cheating and insisted that no dark trainer could defeat a fairy type. However, Roulette swiftly dispatched the trainer's Granbull, leaving the audience in disbelief. Ash claimed victory, and Roulette proudly perched on his shoulder as the defeated trainer crumbled in defeat. Marnie awaited Ash in the hall, and they exchanged a high five, both ready to face their next challenges. Marnie stepped into the arena against a boy with a Gardevoir. The boy attempted to charm Marnie, but she quickly shut him down, stating she was taken. As the battle began, Bisharp faced off against Gardevoir, knocking her out with ease. Marnie confidently declared her disinterest in dating anyone weaker than herself, which visibly frustrated the boy. He sent out his Sylveon, but it too fell victim to Bisharp's strength. The boy's final Pokémon, a shiny Clefable, was swiftly defeated as well, securing Marnie's victory. As the next round approached, Bonnie impressed everyone with her skills, while Callum also performed well. Ash and Marnie watched from the sidelines, supporting their friends. The next day, the new rounds were announced, and Ash prepared to face Trevor. The crowd was excited, anticipating the matchup between Ash's Livewire and Trevor's Metagross. Despite Trevor's nerves, Ash remained confident. The referee signaled the start of the battle, and both trainers commanded their Pokémon to begin. As the battle unfolded, Toxel raised her special attack, while Metagross struggled to land a hit. Toxel's agility and strategy put her in a strong position, setting the stage for an intense showdown. Livewire did the same, using Crunch. She bit into Metagross, throwing the steel Pokémon into the air, shocking everyone. Toxel shot out a Dark Pulse, striking the steel tank in the center. It hit the ground hard, groaning in pain. Metagross attempted to use Psychic one last time, but once again, it did nothing. Toxel jumped back with surprising agility, growling. Metagross stood firm as well, glaring back. Trevor remarked, "That's Mystique." Ash replied, "It's tough when you use her against my friends, they know my team. A newbie would be so confused." "Well, whatever. You did good, girl." Zorua chimed in, "You better know I did." She released her disguise, prompting boos from the crowd. "I'm as smart as I'm pretty, which means I'm the smartest." Ash agreed, "Yeah, you're right." Rando shouted, "Disgusting tactics, as expected from a dark trainer. A shiny? You probably stole it from someone." Tierno encouraged, "Kick his butt, Trevor." Trevor and Metagross shouted back, "Shut up, Tierno." Ash looked impressed. Mystique wondered aloud, "Do these humans ever shut up?" Trevor greeted, "Hey Mystique, good to see you again. Do you remember me?" Zorua responded, "Ugh, the orange nerd. But at least he knows how magnificent I am." Ash noted, "She likes you." Bonnie interrupted, "Stop talking and fight." Everyone in the stadium turned to her. Marnie quickly grabbed Bonnie's mouth, waving embarrassingly at Ash, who waved excitedly back. Marnie said, "Bon." Bonnie exclaimed, "Marnie says hurry up, ASH." Marnie retorted, "Shut up." The announcer cleared his throat and the referee reminded, "Trainers, please continue your battle." Trevor commanded, "Hammer arm." Ash apologized, "Sorry, Bonnie is a bit much." Bonnie protested, "A bit much? I'll go down there and kick your," but Marnie covered her mouth again. Marnie advised, "Bon, chill. You're embarrassing your brother." Bonnie corrected, "Brother-in-law, sis." Marnie replied, "I'm going to." Serena added, "She's right. It's kind of weird to think I had a crush on my brother-in-law." Marnie stated, "I'm not sisters with either of you." Serena and Bonnie both exclaimed, "That hurts." Back to the battle, Metagross charged forward, arms glowing. Zorua grinned, standing still. When Metagross got close, Zorua's blue shiny fur twitched. She jumped up, dodging the move from behind. Metagross had teleported right behind her. Mystique shot a dark pulse downwards, but Metagross punched it away. In anger, Mystique created a Salamence illusion. Zorua rode the dragon, landing in front of Trevor, on the opposite side from Metagross. The dragon disappeared in black mist, and Zorua looked smug. Trevor asked, "Custom move?" Ash confirmed, "Custom move." Zorua's custom move was called Twisted Reality. This ability allowed her to create physical illusions, making them both attacks and defensive measures. However, she could only create illusions of things she had seen, so legendaries were out of the question. The illusions could only enhance other moves, making Mystique stronger, and they could interact with other moves. They could not touch Pokemon and humans unless in extreme situations. It was a powerful ability. Trevor sighed, cursing his luck. Metagross used Stone Edge. Zorua created an illusion of a black sword, destroying the stones. The sword charged at Metagross, but before it could reach, Metagross punched it with a hammer arm, destroying the blade, causing Zorua to rub her head. Ash called, "All right, Dark Pulse." Trevor commanded, "Meteor Mash." Zorua created a dark disc under her feet, making her float. Metagross charged forward, body gleaming with steel energy. Mystique swerved away on her disc, forcing Metagross to change course. As it returned to its opponent, a dark pulse hit it, but Metagross pushed through with difficulty. Mystique added bitter malice to the move, but Metagross kept charging. Zorua taunted, "Are you still here?" Zorua added Shadow Ball and Flamethrower, finally sending Metagross to the floor, exhausted. Mystique landed on its steel frame, using a snarl to finish it off. Trevor exhaled, sending out Dragonite. Mystique rolled her eyes, using Nasty Plot. Trevor commanded, "Dragon Rush." Ash countered, "Shadow Dome Form O." A black dome surrounded Dragonite. The dragon punched it, but nothing happened. Dragonite charged forward with Dragon Rush, but all it did was deflect into the ground. Mystique appeared from the shadows, a cocky grin on her face. Dragonite rushed her with Aerial Ace. Mystique faded into the shadows, dodging the attack. She knew she could never beat a pseudo-legendary in a unknown fight, but she could do what dark types did best, hit and run. Mystique faded back into reality, biting Dragonite with Crunch while shooting a Dark Pulse to launch herself back before Dragonite could counter. The dragon groaned, shooting Air Slash. Zorua destroyed them using the dome, creating dark tendrils to counter the moves. Zorua faded into the shadows again, making Dragonite fly up. Zorua appeared inside the dome wall, shooting a hyper beam before fading back into the wall. Dragonite growled, using agility. Zorua appeared again, shooting a shadow ball. With its newfound speed, Dragonite cut it in half with Dragon Claw, landing a blow on its opponent and sending her sprawling into the dirt. Dragonite looked over at her, about to knock her out, but the dark shiny turned into goo. The real one landed on Dragonite's back, unleashing a barrage of night slashes before jumping off, the two combatants facing one another. Mystique used Foul Play while Dragonite used Dragon Rush. A black versus green battle of energy ensued. Normally, Zorua would have lost this dispute of strength. Normally. Dark tendrils, 30 of them from her dome, wrapped around Dragonite's legs, restricting its movements. Zorua gained the upper hand thanks to this plan, sending Dragonite into the ground. But the dragon countered with an uppercut using Brick Break. Mystique used Hyper Voice, pinning Dragonite into the ground. Zorua used Foul Play and Night Slash simultaneously, creating an illusion of a dark sword imbued into the moves. She struck Dragonite in the gut, knocking it out. The entire time, the cameras were watching. The dome fell, and Mystique stood over Dragonite with a fierce expression, a bruise on her chin, the little fox spitting onto the ground. Zorua kicked the dragon disrespectfully, causing an uproar, before she walked off, sitting in front of Ash. Trevor called out, "Charizard, you're up." He grabbed the camera and added, "Ash, maybe I can take out one of your Pokémon." Ash replied, "Really now?" Trevor shouted, "Mega Evolve." Charizard glowed a appealing purple, the first Mega Evolution seen in the tournament. His body became sharper, faster, stronger, with bigger wings, horns, and a more powerful form. This was Mega Charizard Y. It roared, making some of the Pokémon cower. Mystique remained calm. The sun seemed to shine brighter, and a small rock with crystals was strapped to Charizard's tail. Ash asked, "Mystique, can you handle this?" Zorua pondered, sadly, probably no. Yes. Ash smiled, "That's what I like to hear." Start off with Hyper Voice. Trevor commanded, "Fire Spin." An orange tornado raced towards Mystique. The shiny Pokémon used Hyper Voice to separate the flames, running through the tornado. Charizard shot a Dragon Pulse, racing towards Zorua, whose movements were restricted in the tornado. The dragon and fire spin exploded on contact, creating a cloud of smoke. When the dust settled, Mystique had vanished, leaving only a hole behind. Charizard faced his opponent, who sent him soaring into the air with a shadow ball, a dark aura enhancing the attack. Charizard grunted in pain, inhaling deeply before exhaling a massive flamethrower. Mystique grinned at the flames, creating a pitch-black dome that gradually shrank until nothing remained. Charizard appeared behind Zorua, striking her with a powerful hurricane. She fell from the air, laughing gleefully. Charizard, determined, used Rock Slide. Mystique landed on the first rock, using it as a springboard to gain momentum. She crashed into Charizard with a foul play, but he retaliated with a Flare Blitz, leaving Zorua on the brink of defeat. A black sphere formed above Charizard, momentarily stunning him. That brief moment was all Mystique needed. Charizard was sent crashing into the wall, bruised and battered. Mystique, with burn marks on her fur, was too caught up in the excitement to notice. Her blue fur glowed ominously as she prepared for the next move. Charizard charged ahead with Flare Blitz, but Zorua dug her heels into the ground, waiting until the last moment to leap into the air. Mystique unleashed a barrage of shadow discs, forcing Charizard to create a fire shield. When the shield faded, Zorua swooped in, landing a foul play right in Charizard's eye. Charizard shifted his face but remained still, which made Mystique smile even wider. The starter Pokémon grabbed Zorua and flew high into the air. As he descended rapidly, he released her just before hitting the ground. Before either could recover, Charizard executed a seismic toss, followed by a blast burn that engulfed the battleground in flames. When the chaos subsided, a proud Mega Charizard stood over Zorua, who bore burn marks, scratches, and bruises. Trevor looked relieved alongside Charizard, while the crowd erupted in cheers for the dragon. Ash, however, continued to smile, not reaching for a new Pokeball. The crowd murmured in disbelief, questioning how a dark trainer could think a shiny first-stage Pokémon could defeat a Mega. They speculated that previous victories were mere flukes and criticized the trainer's confidence. Trevor, uncertain, asked if they had won, to which Ash's grin only widened. Zorua, however, declared otherwise. Charizard quickly turned, panic in his eyes, as he felt Mystique perched on his shoulder, staring him down. She placed her paw on his forehead, grinning mischievously. Battle 2 of the Kalos League, she announced before unleashing a powerful combination of attacks right at Charizard's face. She leaped off, and the crowd watched as the Mega Pokémon reverted to his normal form, collapsing behind her. Zorua declared the match over, and the referee announced Ash Ketchum of Galar as the winner. Ash approached the battlefield, cradling his Pokémon, who nuzzled against him, drifting off to sleep. Trevor stepped forward, holding Charizard's head gently. One day we'll beat you, Trevor vowed. We look forward to it, Ash replied, shaking his hand. With that, the match concluded. Trevor reflected on everything Ash had taught him and the friendships he had formed along the way. Ash remembered how Trevor was one of the few who accepted him as a dark trainer and appreciated his Pokémon. In the stands, Callum watched with pride and surprise. Marnie was impressed by Trevor, while Bonnie seemed eager to battle herself. Shauna and Sawyer cheered for Trevor, while Tierno, watching from a private booth, appeared furious, a sentiment echoed by Diantha. Ash turned to Trevor. So, want to see him? Trevor's eyes widened. You mean? Both he and Charizard glanced at Ash's shadow with a mix of fear and excitement. I do, Ash confirmed. Yes, please. Trevor exclaimed, grabbing his camera and shaking with anticipation. Charizard added, it would be my honor to meet Lord Marshadow. With that, the second round concluded, and the next round promised even more excitement. As Sawyer prepared for his match, he gripped his notebook tightly, a certain stone glinting in the light. The third round of the Kalos League was about to begin. Chapter 28, Cheater Tierno. Today marked the battle between Sawyer and Tierno. Shauna and Trevor were eager to see him compete, especially since his previous opponents had surprisingly surrendered. Sawyer was essentially going in blind. This presented a valuable opportunity for Trevor, who often relied too heavily on prior knowledge, holding him back. However, Tierno was undoubtedly hiding something, making this battle one to watch. Marnie sat in the stands with Bonnie beside her. Ash was with Sawyer, offering encouragement before the match. Shauna and Trevor were with Tierno, inquiring about his previous matches. Callum was absent, but the group sensed something was off about Tierno's Pokémon, particularly the Pokeballs, prompting Marnie to want to witness this battle. Ash approached Marnie, looking concerned. He had just spoken with Sawyer, who was convinced he would lose. It took him several minutes to calm down. Ash, not the best at comforting others, simply wished him luck before leaving. I told Sawyer to stay alert. Poor guy, without any information on Tierno's battling style, he might struggle, Ash remarked. This is going to be an interesting match. But I wanted to battle. Bonnie replied. Sawyer stepped into the arena, taking deep breaths. Tierno did the same, waving to the crowd, who cheered enthusiastically. Bonnie was about to shush them, but Marnie covered her mouth, hoping to avoid another incident. The last altercation had nearly gotten the group kicked out, but after some persuasion, Ash's threats and Cynthia's influence, they were allowed to stay. Ash had grown more aggressive with hostiles, worrying Marnie, though Bonnie found it impressive. The referee announced, "This battle will be a 4v4. Trainers, please send out your Pokémon." Tierno and Sawyer called forth Raichu and Salamence, respectively. The Kanto Raichu faced off against the Dragon Pseudo-Legendary. However, something seemed off about Raichu. Faint black lines marred his body, and he radiated an aggressive energy, as if he could explode at any moment. Among the dark trainers, Marnie excelled at sensing aura. She could tell that this Pokémon was in pain. The atmosphere was chaotic, with Pokémon undergoing a grueling transformation process. Bonnie commented on the state of one particular Pokémon, expressing her concern. Ash, incredulous, remarked on the absurdity of someone giving their Pokémon a substance that altered its abilities. Marnie explained that the substance, known as destructive substance, enhanced a Pokémon's power significantly, but at a great cost to its well-being. Bonnie was curious about the implications of the substance, while Marnie detailed how it made Pokémon more aggressive. Ash assessed their skills, determining that Sawyer's Pokémon was at an elite level, while Tierno's team was formidable as well. Bonnie wondered about Tierno's Mega Pokémon, but Marnie pointed out that a strong bond was necessary for Mega Evolution, which was unlikely given the circumstances. As the battle commenced, Sawyer commanded his Salamence to use Earthquake, while Tierno countered with Iron Tail. The ground shook violently as Salamence dodged Raichu's attack and retaliated with a Dragon Pulse. The clash of moves intensified, with Raichu showing resilience despite the onslaught. The crowd roared as the battle unfolded, with both Pokémon exchanging powerful blows. After a fierce exchange, Salamence was left weakened but determined. Sawyer praised his Pokémon for its efforts, while Tierno acknowledged the luck of the situation. Ash felt a sense of foreboding about the outcome of the match. The next round began with Sawyer sending out Clawitzer against Tierno's Ludicolo. Clawitzer quickly launched an Aqua Jet, while Ludicolo set up the rain to enhance its speed. The battle was intense, with both Pokémon showcasing their abilities. Ludicolo managed to land a powerful Ice Beam, but Clawitzer fought back valiantly. As the battle progressed, Sawyer called upon Sceptile to face Tierno's Mega Blastoise. Ash was surprised to see Blastoise Mega evolve, realizing that the bond between Tierno and his Pokémon was strong despite the circumstances. Marnie expressed her eagerness to battle Tierno, while Ash noted the troubling nature of the situation. The showdown between Mega Sceptile and Mega Blastoise commenced, with both Pokémon exchanging powerful moves. The tension in the arena was palpable as they fought fiercely for their trainers. Outside the arena, Ash was on a call, discussing the unfolding events with Kukui, while the battle continued to escalate. The champion was sitting in his home, in front of him was an appealing girl around Ash's age. She had silver hair with blue highlights in a ponytail and bright emerald green eyes that seemed to see right through him. Dressed in a white dress, she was comforted by an Alolan Vulpix, which liked her hand. Kukui offered her a sympathetic smile before his expression turned serious. The girl squirmed under his gaze, her Pokémon sensing her unease and doing their best to comfort her. Kukui informed Ash that he had important information regarding his origins. As the battle continued to unfold, he warned Ash of an impending danger. Sceptile faced off against Blastoise, using Dragon Claw to counter liquidation. Their moves collided, with Sceptile gaining an edge, sweeping Blastoise's feet and executing a Dragon Tail. Kukui revealed that Tapu Koko, one of the Alolan gods, had visited him the previous night and spoke about Ash. Ash, curious, asked what was said. The battle raged on, with Blastoise overpowering Sceptile, who twisted in midair to unleash a leaf storm that slammed into the Mega Turtle. Blastoise retaliated with an aura sphere, which Sceptile managed to cut in half, but still took damage from a blizzard and a flash cannon. Kukui warned Ash that danger was approaching the Alola region, and it involved him and another girl, whom he referred to as 010. Ash's curiosity piqued as he processed this information. The battle intensified with Sceptile using a powerful combination of Frenzy Plant and Dragon Pulse, while Blastoise countered with its own Dragon Pulse and Hydro Cannon. The resulting explosion left both Pokémon in a deadlock. Ash realized that 010 was similar to him, and Kukui theorized that she had no idea of her true nature. He emphasized the urgency of the situation, indicating that they needed to uncover their origins together after the Kalos League. The battle concluded with Blastoise emerging victorious as Sceptile was knocked out. After the match, Kukui reassured Ash that he would keep 010 safe until they could meet. Ash, feeling the weight of the revelation, hung up the phone, overwhelmed by the implications of having another like him. He felt a mix of fear and determination, knowing that both he and 010 needed to discover their true identities before it was too late. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, the girl known as 010 gazed at the dark sky, unaware of her designation or who 009 was. She had always believed she was a normal person, but deep down, she sensed that she was anything but ordinary. After returning home, she faced her mother's disapproval but chose to keep silent. In her small room, which resembled a closet, she found only a few Pokeball and a couple of outfits. Though she had no understanding of why she was called 010, she often dreamed of the numbers alongside a powerful darkness. Initially frightening, this darkness now brought her a sense of comfort. She quietly moved around her house and climbed onto the roof, her silver hair shimmering in the moonlight. Unbeknownst to her, she and Ash were connected by fate, and their choices would shape the future of their world. As she prepared for another day, she masked her bruises with makeup, readying herself for the facade she had perfected. Meanwhile, Ash contemplated the challenges ahead, surrounded by his Pokémon, all prepared for the battles to come. The excitement in the arena grew as Bonnie faced her opponent, her expression shifting from boredom to thrill. Callum, observing the matches, prepared for his own battle, while Tierno and Diantha took pride in their successful strategies. They were unaware that darkness, much like light, could never truly be eradicated. Only Ash Ketchum had the potential to challenge both. Chapter 29, Pupil vs. MSTR. Today's battles were going to be intense. The first match of the day was Bonnie vs. Marnie, followed by Ash against Callum. These two battles were set to make this league one of the most memorable in history. Bonnie sat outside the entrance to the battlefield, looking nervous as she stared at a Pokeball, lost in thought. Suddenly, Ash appeared beside her, causing Bonnie to jump. Nervous? Ash asked. Why wouldn't I be? Bonnie replied. That's a fair point, Ash acknowledged. Do you think you can win? Bonnie hesitated. Do you really think I have a chance? If you play well, with some luck and strategies she can't predict, you have a shot, Ash said. But remember, Pupitar evolved. Who knows, maybe we'll have a mega showdown. Plus, she got a new Pokémon, but I won't spoil that. Ash, I don't have a mega Pokémon or a stone. How am I supposed to compete? Bonnie exclaimed. Actually, your brother sent you a Pokémon today, one that's been with you since day one. She's back from her 3 years of training, Ash explained, pulling out a luxury ball. Clement didn't have a mega stone for her, but I called in a favor. Think of it as an early birthday present from me and your brother. Bonnie took the poke ball, her eyes lighting up as it shook in her hand. She stood up, determination flooding her. Ash opened the ball, and the Pokémon emerged. Hey! Good to see you again, Bonnie said, smiling. As the announcer called her name, Bonnie glanced back at Ash, whose eyes shone with pride. Your eyes. They're pitch black, she noted. Black, huh? I think they're more like obsidian, Ash replied with a grin. Bonnie rubbed her eyes, and Ash's appearance returned to normal. She had failed to notice before, but his hair had changed slightly as well. "See you at the finish line, Ketchum. Then tell me what's going on, because we're not oblivious," Bonnie said before heading onto the battlefield. Her opponent faced her with a confident smile. Marnie's black and blue hair glimmered in the sunlight, her stylish pink and black outfit contrasting beautifully with her pale skin. Bonnie took a deep breath, finally facing Marnie, the woman who had trained her. Both girls held a pokeball, ready for battle. One contained a fiery bird, the Kalos regional bird, the other held a poison frog, its purple skin enough to make most trainers cringe. The screen lit up, Marnie versus Bonnie, 5 unopened pokeball each, and 1 opened, with no knockouts yet. The stage was set. Flare Blitz. Bonnie commanded. Cross Poison. Marnie countered. Talonflame engulfed itself in flames and darted forward, while Toxicroak attempted a midair attack but missed. Both Pokémon faced each other, silently acknowledging their strengths. Toxicroak launched a barrage of sludge bombs, but Talonflame countered with an air slash, using the smoke to dive in with an aerial ace. Toxicroak dodged with a handspring, but Talonflame shot a flamethrower mid-dive, dealing damage due to Toxicroak's dry skin. Realizing Toxicroak was at a disadvantage, Marnie acted quickly. "It's fine, Toxicroak. You were simply unlucky with the matchups. I have one that's perfect to battle Talonflame. Bonnie, meet Tyranitar." A massive rock dinosaur roared onto the field, giving Talonflame a fierce look. Talonflame glowed with steel energy, but Bonnie shook her head, impressing Marnie. Instead, Talonflame glowed with the power of a U-turn. Tyranitar unleashed a rock slide, sending a barrage of rocks toward Talonflame. The bird sliced through the rocks with its steel and bug moves. As Talonflame got close enough, it landed a quick U-turn but was bitten by a Thunder Fong before it could SWCH out. Bonnie prepared to send out her next Pokémon, recalling Ash's words about a potential Mega Showdown. She took out a luxury ball, making Marnie tilt her head in curiosity. Bonnie threw the ball, and her newest team member, a shiny Ampharos, emerged. Marnie's eyes widened when she noticed the Mega Stone on Ampharos's tail. Bonnie raised her right hand, her Mega Bracelet glistening. Marnie did the same, and both trainers Mega evolved their Pokémon, transforming the match into a true Mega Evolution battle. "Where'd you get the Pokémon in stone?" Marnie asked. "Your boyfriend. This Pokémon is an old friend of mine. I had him since I was a Mareep. He ran away for a training journey when I asked him to come with me. Now we're ready to win," Bonnie explained. "I see. Well, come at me," Marnie challenged. Tyranitar roared, and Ampharos responded with a mighty roar of its own. Stone Edge and Thunderbolt clashed, with Thunderbolt surprisingly overpowering the rock move. Tyranitar took the hit heat-in, ignoring the pain. Both Pokémon charged at each other. Crunch met Wild Charge, with Tyranitar biting Ampharos's tail but getting shocked in the process. The Mega Pokémon retaliated with an Ice Punch, trying to shake off the grip. Dazzling Gleam. Bonnie commanded. Earthquake. Marnie countered. Ampharos unleashed a dazzling burst of fairy energy, knocking Tyranitar off balance. T-Tar shook the ground when he landed, but Amorphous dodged right into an incoming rock slide powered by a Dark Pulse. She hit the ground hard, looking frustrated. The electric Pokémon initiated a rain dance, canceling out her opponent's Sandstorm. Amorphous unleashed a series of powerful moves: Thunder, Zap Cannon, Thunderbolt, Discharge, Dragon Pulse, and Dazzling Gleam. Tritinator used Stone Edge as a shield, but the Dragon Pulse and Dazzling Gleam broke through it. The Mega Pokémon was clearly struggling, but he refused to go down. Marnie called out, "Outrage!" Amorphous responded with a Dragon Pulse, but T-Tar countered with his own, closing the distance in an instant. Amorphous attempted an Ice Punch and Dragon Claw, while T-Tar retaliated with his own Dragon Claw. The outrage overwhelmed Amorphous, inflicting significant damage. In a desperate move, Amorphous fired a point-blank Dragon Pulse, engulfing the Rock-type Pokémon. Both Pokémon jumped back, exhausted and bruised, as the rain ceased. Neither Mega was at full power, Bonnie and Amorphous still needed to improve their synergy, and Marnie's Turnture had just evolved, making the battle even more challenging. Bonnie shouted, "Thunderbolt!" Marnie quickly replied, "Crunch!" Both Pokémon launched one last attack. A powerful shock hit its target, but T-Tar charged forward, undeterred by the pain. Amorphous increased his firepower, while T-Tar boosted his speed. Then, a massive boom echoed through the arena. When the smoke cleared, Turnture stood over his opponent, roaring in triumph. The crowd cheered, even though Marnie was a dark trainer, but the battle wasn't over yet. Bonnie called out, "Discharge." Trintar looked at her in panic, expecting to see a defeated electric type, but instead saw a proud dragon before being knocked out himself. Amorphous also succumbed, marking the end of the Mega Evolution battle. The screen indicated that both Turnture and Amorphous were out of the match, and two new Pokémon were ready to battle, Talonflame and Morpeko. The electric rat quickly initiated an aura wheel. Talonflame easily dodged, launching an air slash. Morpeko countered with a thunderbolt, dodging an incoming steel wing and firing a dark pulse. Talonflame flinched but managed to evade another electric attack. Bonnie commanded, "Flare Blitz." Marnie responded, "Thunder Punch." Morpeko leaped up, targeting Talonflame's beak, but Talonflame dodged again, unleashing a point-blank flamethrower that sent the Pokémon crashing into the ground. Talonflame then dove down, combining Flare Blitz and Brave Bird. Morpeko took a heavy hit but still managed to retaliate with an aura wheel and a thunder. As Talonflame prepared to ascend again, Morpeko bit his wing, refusing to let go. Talonflame unleashed a Flare Blitz, igniting the rat. Marnie called out, "Electro Ball." Morpeko formed a sphere in her mouth and shot it point-blank, sending Talonflame crashing out of the sky. Morpeko gained the lead for her trainer, leaving Bonnie a bit disappointed but not surprised. The score was now 4v5. Bonnie called, "Time to shine, Chestnut." Belly Drum. Marnie quickly countered, "Ice Fawn." The battle ended swiftly. As soon as Morpeko got close, Chestnut delivered a powerful hammer arm, evening the score. Chestnut pounded his chest, facing his next opponent, a Weevil. Bonnie exclaimed, "When did you get a Weevil?" Marnie replied, "After Wulfric. I saw him watching during your battle. This is his first fight, so don't let me down." Ice Spinner. Bonnie shouted, "Brick Break." Callum remarked, "Ash, your girlfriend might have made a wrong." Ash interrupted, "She knows what she's doing." Callum pointed at the trainer, his expression stunned. Back in the battle, Weevil executed a Night Slash combined with an Ice Beam. Chestnut attempted a Brick Break, but Weevil was too fast, landing multiple hits. The Titan fell to one knee, looking up at his opponent, who was preparing to strike. Chestnut unleashed a Frenzy Plant, vines ensnaring the Ice type. However, they were quickly broken, and Chestnut was knocked into the dirt, leaving the score at 3v4. Marnie was ahead, but two of her Pokémon were already fatigued. The battlefield shifted to a flat mountain range, offering no cover. Bonnie groaned as Marnie looked at her sympathetically. Bonnie called out, "Palafin." Marnie quickly countered, "Don't let her SWCH out, X-Scissor." Bonnie commanded, "Swift." Palafin launched a star under him, shooting forward. The other stars, covered in water, were cut in half by Weevil, but one managed to hit. Palafin then uppercut the Ice Dark type with a Brick Break, sending him flying. Palafin soared into the air with an Aqua Jet, slamming Weevil down with an Aqua Tail. He then executed a Flip Turn. Weevil, though hurt, remained standing. Now, he faced a shiny Goldengo. Bonnie called, "Nasty plot." Marnie remarked, bold of her to send in a ghost type against a dark type. What's the plan? Weevil attempted a night slash, but Goldengo's special attack rose significantly as he vanished into the shadows. Weevil searched for his opponent, who appeared behind him. Goldengo unleashed a dazzling gleam, freezing Weevil and slamming him into the ground. Ash commented, "Learned that from me." Goldengo then used Power Gem, but Weevil broke free from the fairy psychic connection, retaliating with a night slash. Weevil closed the distance in an instant, landing an ice punch on Goldengo. Goldengo skidded back but set up another nasty plot. Weevil jumped up, diving forward with a night slash. Goldengo grinned, tossing a metal coin into the air. Marnie's eyes widened as she realized what was coming. Bonnie exclaimed, "Make it rain." Goldengo smiled, and the coin multiplied rapidly, creating a barrage of steel that rained down on Weevil, leaving no room to dodge or block. Weevil was knocked out, and the coins scattered across the ground. Before anyone could touch them, Ash's haunter transported them away. Marnie's next Pokemon was Meowscarda. Goldengo used another nasty plot, his special attack looking formidable. The score was now 3v3. Unfortunately, Meowscarda was faster. In a swift and decisive move, the cat one-shotted Goldengo with a critical hit night slash, barely visible to the eye. The cat snorted, kicking the body away. Bonnie looked shell-shocked, her reaction mirroring the entire stadium. "Palafin, Aqua Jet," she commanded. Palafin transformed into his hero form, covered in water energy, and rushed forward, his body also encased in ice. Marnie called out another command that made Bonnie shiver. "Freestyle." In a flash, Meowscarda was engaged in battle with Palafin, her speed astonishing Bonnie. Confused, Bonnie took a closer look and realized something important. "Palafin, back off for a second," she instructed. The dolphin complied, and both trainer and Pokemon scrutinized the cat. Marnie offered a small smile, and Bonnie understood what had happened. "Not bad, right? Unfortunately, that kind of trick won't work on Ash. Only brute force will work on someone like that," Marnie explained. "You used Baton Pass?" Bonnie exclaimed. "Weevil used agility 3 times before he was knocked out, but that's why I used him. Weevil is the best at using setup moves." "Doesn't matter, Ice Punch!" Bonnie shouted. "Sorry, Bonnie, this match is over," Marnie replied confidently. "We're not done yet. Palafin, Surf!" Bonnie called out. The dolphin unleashed a powerful wave of water, hitting Meowscarda. The grass type shook it off, appearing right in front of Palafin, who grinned at her. She looked down to see she was suspended in midair, as Palafin had predicted her attack and used Aqua Tail to propel her upward. As Meowscarda prepared for another move, Palafin appeared beside her, both Pokemon now 30 feet in the air. With enough force to catch Robin's attention, Palafin executed a combination of close combat and ice punch, sending shockwaves through the arena. Meowscarda retaliated with Frenzy Plant, but Palafin shot downward with Aqua Jet, dodging the vines and launching forward with Liquidation. Just then, both Marnie and Meowscarda realized something crucial: Meowscarda was frozen. Palafin appeared behind her, flexing triumphantly. Meowscarda was knocked out. Palafin collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Marnie offered a warm smile, but her expression quickly turned serious. She needed to win this match. She had promised Ash they would meet in the finals. "Obstagoon. Finish him," Marnie commanded. As the Galar Pokemon entered the field, the atmosphere shifted. Bonnie, Palafin, and even Bonnie's last Pokemon felt the intensity. This Pokemon was on Robin's level, maybe even Excalibur's. Bonnie gave a nervous grin, and Palafin mirrored her expression as the last Pokeball began to shake. "Outrage!" Marnie ordered. "Iron Head!" Bonnie countered. Obstagoon took a single step forward, causing the ground to tremble. Palafin leaned back, narrowly dodging a Thunder Punch. The dolphin attempted to headbutt Obstagoon with iron head, but the dog caught it with ease, flipping his body and landing behind Palafin, kicking him into the dirt in front of Bonnie. Obstagoon roared, sending shockwaves through the arena. The crowd watched with bated breath, holding their collective silence, except for one person. "Kick her butt!" Ash shouted. Palafin and Obstagoon launched at each other simultaneously, clashing with liquidation and night slash. Obstagoon used headbutt, stunning Palafin just long enough to land a powerful thunder punch. Palafin crumpled but quickly got back up. "Pin missile!" Marnie commanded. A barrage of bug missiles launched at Palafin, who managed to punch them away, dodging an incoming Giga impact and sending Obstagoon into the air. Undeterred, Palafin followed, only to be brought back down with a brick break. Obstagoon landed gracefully, roaring, while Palafin stood up once more, only to be struck by a dark pulse. Yet, each time his opponent knocked him down, the hero rose again. "I surrender, Paula," Bonnie began, but Palafin stopped her with a determined glare. His opponent looked at him with respect. Palafin stood tall, fueled by sheer willpower, and gave Bonnie a warm smile. She understood, some Pokémon wouldn't give up until they knew they could. "You were a hero. Take a long rest," Bonnie said softly. That was all Palafin needed to hear. He hit the ground, but Bonnie caught him before he could fall, returning him to his original dolphin form. She cradled him, and he smiled back at her with pride and love. Bonnie returned him to his Pokeball and walked back to her spot, her nerves replaced with the same reckless spirit as Ash. Marnie shook her head in fatigue. "If I'm going to lose, I'm going out my way, just like he taught me," Bonnie declared. "That's my girl." Ash cheered. "So I'm going out the Ketchum way. Florges, use Moonblast," Bonnie commanded. The plant, energized by her enthusiasm, unleashed a powerful fairy move. Obstagoon dodged, evading attack after attack. Throughout it all, Florges and Bonnie wore wild smiles, their boldness and determination growing. "Finish this," Marnie instructed. Bonnie watched in shock as Obstagoon prepared for a final move. He charged forward with takedown, overwhelming Florges and ending the battle. Bonnie returned Florges, embracing Obstagoon, who hugged her back, swinging her around. "You DMN Pokémon, one day I'll beat you and your trainer," she exclaimed as Obstagoon playfully liked her. Stop, I get it. I bet you will win one day," Marnie reassured her. "Trainers, please prepare for the next battle," the referee announced. Callum sat in the waiting room, lost in thought, until a familiar voice broke through the silence. "Hello, son." "Kalos champion," Callum replied, recognizing her. "It's Mom to you, little mistake," Dina the retorted. "Why would I call you Mom when we've only met 5 times, and all 5 times you were kicking us out?" Callum shot back. "Shut it, brat. I'm here to offer you a choice. Beat that dark trainer here, and I'll welcome you to the family with open arms. Go away." "I'm winning on my own accord," Callum stated firmly. "Ash is a friend. When he becomes the strongest trainer in the world, I'll remind him of this interaction." "Wow, you're foolish. Ash can defeat anyone in the world with a flick of the wrist or a blink. He's the most dangerous person on the planet, and I promise you, he's a powerful, emotionless monster. Your reaction is adorable. I need a picture of this." Ash laughed, leaning in his waiting room, with Marnie and Bonnie visiting him. Both girls stared in disbelief at the trainer, who looked quite different from before. His eyes were an obsidian black, along with his hair. Instead of a tanned brown, he was now pale. Bonnie asked Ash for an explanation, to which he replied that he had looked like this since the 8th gym and had been using an illusion to fool everyone until he figured out what to do. He admitted it felt strange to sometimes forget how he looked now. Marnie, surprised, asked how this had happened. Ash explained that he just woke up like this. Bonnie noted that he had changed from a weird, childish creature to someone more striking. Marnie chimed in, calling him hot, prompting Ash to declare he was leaving. He bowed to them with a grin and walked out. Marnie, still in a daze, headed to the stands, while Bonnie watched her with a grin. Marnie's Morpeko perched on her shoulder, bringing her back to reality. Bonnie mentioned she needed to get in touch with Clement. As Ash stepped out, the previously uproarious stadium fell silent, all eyes on him. Callum followed, looking furious but quickly calming down to his usual dismissive demeanor. The referee called out Ash's name, questioning if it was really him. Ash joked about being too pretty to recognize. The referee instructed the trainers to send out their Pokémon. Ash called for Avenger, and Callum responded with Venusaur, declaring he would take her down. The crowd gasped at the sight of the shiny legendary Pokémon, but booed when they realized it was a single strike. Avenger, unfazed, responded with confidence, and Ash cautioned her about Venusaur's defensive capabilities. The battle commenced with Callum commanding an energy ball, which Ash countered with Aerial Ace. Avenger skillfully dodged the energy attack and retaliated with Stone Edge, blocking the incoming barrage. Avenger taunted Venusaur, who expressed fear at the sight of her. Ash noted that Robin had riled Avenger up, and she roared, using Bulk Up before charging forward. Venusaur attempted to use Vines to strike her, but they were destroyed by Avenger's dark energy. Avenger confronted Venusaur with a fierce grin, delivering a powerful punch that sent the grass-type crashing into a building. However, Venusaur managed to inflict some damage with Toxic, which Ash noted with concern. As the battle continued, both Pokémon exchanged powerful moves, with Avenger using Aqua Jet and Venusaur creating a plant shield. The fight escalated, showcasing Avenger's strength and determination. Finally, Ash introduced Avenger's custom move, Black Flash, which delivered a devastating blow to Venusaur, knocking her out. Although Callum smiled, knowing he had successfully weakened Ash's lead, Ash decided to reset the toxic factor by recalling Avenger. He sent in Firestorm, suggesting she could secure a few knockouts before going down. Callum responded by sending out Greninja. Firestorm confidently declared she could defeat the water type. The battle resumed with both Pokémon launching their attacks. Firestorm showcased her skills, evading Greninja's moves and countering with powerful strikes. The crowd watched in awe as the battle intensified, with Firestorm demonstrating her prowess and determination. As the fight reached its CLMX, Firestorm unleashed a dazzling move that left the stadium in shock. When the dust settled, Greninja had fainted, and the battlefield lay in ruins, marking a decisive victory for Ash. Firestorm sat down next to Ash, observing the battle. Venusaur seemed pretty strong, so how did this one end up so weak? Firestorm asked. Wait, Greninja interrupted, rising from the rubble, glaring at his opponent with determination. His body glowed with blue energy as his ability activated. Firestorm returned to the battlefield, sensing the surge in power. Water Shuriken. Callum commanded. Before Firestorm could react, she was knocked to the ground, shocking both Ash and herself. She quickly got back up, bruises visible on her body. Another shuriken aimed for her neck, but it was intercepted by a psychic attack. Greninja unleashed a dark pulse, only for it to be countered by a dazzling gleam. Not a bad last stand, but unfortunately for you, Firestorm said, locking her arms together as she began to glow with red, orange, and yellow energy. Not good enough, she declared, unleashing the armor cannon. A massive ball of fire surged forward, disintegrating the debris in its path and heading straight for Greninja. The frog attempted to dig underground but was immobilized by the combination of psychic and dazzling gleam. Greninja finally fainted. Firestorm teleported to his side, placing him next to his trainer before returning to Ash with a grin. Interesting, she remarked. I have a Pokémon to deal with this challenge. Absol, use Dark Pulse. Callum shouted. Dragon Claw. Ash countered. The dark beam was obliterated in seconds. Absol took a deep breath and unleashed a hyper beam, but Firestorm countered with Psychic, appearing right next to Absol. Their moves collided as Knight met Shadow Claw. Oh! Finally, some fun! Firestorm exclaimed. Absol pushed Firestorm back, but she retaliated with a lava plume that sent him flying. The Dark type then unleashed a Hydro Pump, but Firestorm dodged and launched a Thunderbolt from her palm, hitting Absol. Absol wasn't finished, firing a flamethrower. The flames struck, causing Absol to cheer, but he quickly realized the flames had no effect, as Firestorm's ability had activated, making her faster but less defensive. Firestorm used Bitter Blade while Absol responded with Shadow Claw. Their moves clashed, pushing Firestorm back slightly. Absol then executed a low kick, sending her crashing to the ground with a powerful Dragon Claw. Firestorm cracked her knuckles, grinning. Suddenly, Absol was hit by a dazzling gleam. Perhaps I was wrong, Firestorm admitted. Armor Cannon. Ash commanded. Destiny Bond. Callum countered. As the massive fireball struck Absol, Firestorm felt a sharp pain before losing consciousness. Absol cried out in victory before fainting from his injuries. Ash returned Firestorm, whose Pokeball shook with frustration. Interesting plan. Out of respect for you, I'll let you see my first Mega Evolution. Battle, Ash said, releasing an Absol with a Mega Stone. The stone had a black casing around it, and Ash displayed the key stone. The Mega symbol on the stone glowed bright red, while the white part was deep black. When Ash tapped it, dark lines enveloped Absol, creating a black sphere that exploded. When the smoke cleared, Absol had transformed into a Mega. This Mega Absol was larger and more imposing, with massive white wings and impressive horns. When she roared, the surrounding rubble disintegrated, causing a moment of concern among the spectators. So, Callum, who do you think can take her on? Ash asked. I'm in trouble, but why does that excite me? Callum replied. Flareon, use Flare Blitz. The fire type charged forward, but Absol simply waited. Flareon made contact, but when the smoke cleared, Absol had caught the Pokemon effortlessly, grinning down at the tiny fire type. That day, Callum learned what true power looked like. With a powerful roar, Absol threw Flareon aside, and a red moon appeared in the arena, making her look even more formidable. Flareon hesitated, only to be struck by a dark pulse from below. Meet my Absol's custom move. Calamity. Ash announced. Care to share? Callum asked. Of course. When Calamity is activated, Fairy, Psychic, and Fighting moves do less damage, while Dark and Ghost moves do even more. And the best part is, it never goes away. Ash explained. That sounds perfect for your team, Callum acknowledged. Flamethrower. I think so too. Shadow Claw. Ash countered. Harbinger, the Mega Absol, destroyed the flames with a Hydro Pump and soared into the air. She dove down at incredible speed, using Shadow Claw. Flareon was sent crashing into the wall, while Harbinger turned her head away, her sparkling white hair obscuring her laughter from the audience. Harbinger giggled as Flareon struggled to roar, her voice weakened from the attacks. The Mega Absol awaited her opponent's next move, catching a flamethrower and tossing it into the air. A lovely battle, Callum remarked. Flareon nodded, but was soon struck by a Shadow Claw and then a Dark Pulse while airborne. With her last ounce of strength, Flareon attempted a fire spin but was ultimately knocked out by a Hydro Pump. Next on the field was a Cantonian fighter. Hitmonchan, use Drain Punch. Callum commanded. Harbinger allowed the fighting type to land a hit, watching as despair crossed his face when the move did no damage. She created a Shadow Ball to block the blow. Hitmonchan tried to leap back but was caught in a psychic attack, shocking the crowd. Harbinger grinned, sending Hitmonchan back to his trainer. Both Pokemon and trainer nodded at one another before Hitmonchan unleashed an Aura Sphere. Absol sliced it in half with Dragon Claw, and Hitmonchan seized the opportunity to strike from behind. He landed a clean hit, but Absol remained unfazed. Hitmonchan jumped to avoid a shock wave. Harbinger growled and jumped back, creating distance as the red moon shone brighter, prompting Absol to roar. "Rock slide!" Kalos shouted. Hitmonchan pointed his fist forward, launching rocks infused with fighting energy. Harbinger stepped forward, unleashing a red beam of light that disintegrated the rocks and struck Hitmonchan directly, causing an explosion. "Come on, I know you can do better than that," Ash encouraged. "It seems I still have a ways to go before I am a challenge." "However, we will not lose quietly," Kalos replied. Hitmonchan erupted from the smoke, his fist charged with close combat energy. Harbinger met the attack with Aerial Ace, sending Hitmonchan soaring into the air before bringing it back down with Play Rough, finishing the fight. Kalos called out, "Ternatuum." Ash responded, "Play Rough." Kalos shouted, "Head Smash." Absol dove onto her target, while Tornadum met her with a head covered in rock, pushing back. Harbinger, being much stronger, landed a punch on Tornadum's face while firing an ice beam directly at its eye. The Kalos fossil unleashed a rock slide in all directions, forcing Absol to leap back. Tornadum then used Dragon Pulse, which was countered by Dark Pulse. Harbinger closed the distance in an instant, delivering a punch with Play Rough that sent Tornadum flying right in front of Kalos. Ash said, "Kalos, it's been fun, but we're going to end it." Harbinger jumped back, landing in front of Ash. Her fur began to darken, including her wings and horn, which also turned black. Her eyes became pitch black, and her claws and tail followed suit. Ash declared, "Calamity." She flew up at incredible speeds, faster than anyone in the arena could see, except for one. Suddenly, she appeared right behind the dinosaur, her dark form fading back to white. She walked next to the trembling Tornadum. Harbinger stated, "This fight is over." Tornadum collapsed instantly. Kalos sighed, shaking his head. Harbinger returned to her normal state, shaking off some dust. Kalos and Ash met on the battlefield, shaking hands. Kalos remarked, "I have much to learn." Ash replied, "Nah, you're a strong trainer, Kalos. I just seem to defy everything." Kalos nodded, "Of course." Ash continued, "Hey, I've been thinking." As Ash and Kalos walked out together, Harbinger quietly disabled the cameras. Ash said, "I've come to realize that the world is in a dire state. As the #1 experiment, I need to save it. But I'll need a team. Are you in? You'll have to work with a decent number of people and train in combat, but I'll likely be the main one leading the charge." Kalos responded, "Like a dark squad?" Ash confirmed, "That's definitely a good way to put it." Kalos agreed, "Of course." Ash added, "Thanks. Bon and Mar have already agreed, so thanks for making this easy on me." Kalos stated, "But I need to train before I can save the world." Ash replied, "Same here." "So, you're staying tonight?" Kalos said, "No, I've decided to stay and watch you battle." Ash thanked him, "Thanks, dude." In this part of the story, it should be noted that all of the main characters Ash, Bonnie, Marnie, and Kalos are essentially original characters with their own personalities, so any criticism about their characterization is unwelcome. The author requested feedback on which Pokemon should get more screen time for Ash, which Pokemon should battle Marnie, and suggestions for Pokemon that Bonnie, Marnie, Ash, Kalos, and another character should catch in the future. As the story progresses, it was mentioned that a fight between Tierno and Marnie would take longer than expected, and a filler chapter would be written in the meantime. The author limited team sizes to 30 Pokemon, stating that any Pokemon Ash catches must fit his vibe, and clarified that certain Pokemon were already accounted for. Chapter 31, Reunion. The match that day was spectacular, with the crowd buzzing. Tierno sat in the VIP booth next to Diantha, both trainers sharing a mutual dislike for each other but united in their goal to remove Ash and Marnie from the region. Diantha reminded Tierno, "Remember our deal. I provide you with what you need to beat Ash, and in exchange, you ensure he never enters Kalos again. Tierno agreed, of course. Diantha added, do what you want with Marnie. Suddenly, the region's professor entered the room, his usual smile replaced with a stern expression that made Tierno uneasy. He took a seat, looking out the window, while his Garchomp glared at Diantha and Tierno. Sycamore addressed them, I'll overlook your plotting against Ash, but you should know that Ash owns Marshadao. Both Diantha and Tierno froze. Fear evident on their faces. Sycamore continued, seemingly unfazed by their reaction. Garchomp poured a small stream of water into a glass, which Sycamore calmly drank. Sycamore stated, not only that, but you both know the immense power he possesses. Why do you continue to try to hurt him? Diantha replied, that's exactly why. He's dangerous, more dangerous than anything else. Multiple legendaries have fallen to him already. Sycamore interrupted, 009 is humanity's protector. As long as Marnie, Bonnie, and Callum are alive, Ash won't act against you. That girl has him wrapped around her finger. Diantha countered, that doesn't make him any less dangerous. Sycamore agreed, I acknowledge that. However, Ash has connections in both Kanto and Galar, and all the Kalos gym leaders support him. Most champions like him, and nearly all professors value him. He's a remarkable experiment. You'll be in trouble if you make an enemy of him. Tierno insisted, Professor, have you seen his powers? I have. I've seen him take down our goddess. Sycamore replied, the same goddess who attacked him first. Just stop. You won't win this fight. Diantha questioned, how could you ally yourself with him? You've never had issues with us bullying dark trainers. Sycamore responded, that's true, but I've realized how wrong this region is. We're bullying kids who have done nothing wrong, simply because they choose to train a certain type. One day, we'll have a champion who will fix this place, someone better than you could ever hope to be. Your son, Callum, is an excellent candidate. Or perhaps Bonnie. Those two will be our replacements. Tierno protested, I can beat. Sycamore interrupted, you are not fit to be champion because you are just like Diantha. I know about the DS. Tierno and Diantha froze again. Sycamore continued, but it won't matter. Those Galar trainers should have stayed there. Sycamore concluded, it wouldn't have made a difference. Our gyms were designed to beat dark trainers, yet here they are, showing our entire region the middle finger. Honestly, I couldn't be prouder. Even the fairy gym leader fell for those dark trainers. The entirety of Kalos seemed to support them, especially those with influence. Diantha told Sycamore to leave, but he insisted he wouldn't be forced out. He believed he was a stronger trainer and had to study the mega evolution that made their region special. Without it, he felt they were nothing. Tierno mentioned his upcoming battle, expressing confidence in defeating one of the dark trainers, but Sycamore dismissed his chances. After a brief pause, Callum guided Ash through the woods while Ash was blindfolded. Once they arrived, Ash opened his eyes to find a gathering of familiar faces from his journey, including Sycamore, Gloria, and Corona, all celebrating with a banner wishing him and Marnie good luck. Bonnie excitedly reminded Ash about his battle with Marnie the next day and encouraged him to win against Tierno as well. Callum noted that it was the girl's idea, and Bonnie playfully stuck her tongue out at him. Gloria shared her excitement about watching footage of their Mega Absol, while Corona greeted Ash warmly. Sycamore enthusiastically engaged Ash in conversation about his Mega Evolution. Ash explained that his keystone allowed his Pokémon to take on his power, resulting in their unique Mega forms. He usually controlled the power to avoid draining himself, but when he pushed it to the limit, their true forms emerged. Callum sat down next to them and asked if Ash had a plan for Marnie, but Ash simply replied to go with the flow, which Callum found amusing. The Pokémon around them were interacting, with Excalibur trying to keep order. Ash then focused on 3 ghost-type Pokémon, Excalibur, Radiation, and Reaper. He had been considering evolving them further and, with Sycamore's help, they began the process. As they evolved, Ash felt a surge of excitement. Suddenly, Aegislash, Jengar, and Dusknoir appeared, each thrilled with their new forms. However, Robin, Mystique, Freeze, Knight, BD, Ghostbuster, and Livewire expressed their frustration at Ash, who smiled sheepishly. As the evolved Pokémon began to glow, Rowlet watched in awe, realizing that he could have more battle partners. Aegislash encouraged Robin to appreciate his teammates, leading to a moment of reflection for him. Robin began to glow as well, and when Zorua and Ash noticed, they exchanged knowing glances. However, the newly evolved Pokémon soon returned to their original forms, leaving Rowlet feeling a mix of emotions. Mystique expressed disappointment at the near evolution, but Ash reassured them that it was all part of the journey. Rowlet took off into the air, pursued by Honchkrow, while the others observed. Sycamore advised Ash to entertain the guests for a while. A playful argument ensued between Rowlet and Honchkrow about their strengths and evolution. Robin felt the pressure of not evolving, fearing he would fall behind and be unable to protect his friends. Crooked intervened, reminding Robin that they work together as a team, regardless of evolution. She emphasized the importance of their bond, leaving Robin to ponder his place within the group. You evolved by a stone, but how does one evolve? Break your limits, Aqua said as she appeared on Honchkrow's back. Dusknoir hovered nearby, with Dark Knight perched on his shoulder. Evolution is more than just a change in appearance, Dusknoir explained. It's about your mental state as well. We grow through our experiences. When I evolved, I was protecting our trainer from a powerful foe. I realized how I wanted to live, as a protector. That realization helped me grow. Rowlet pondered, how? Do I want to live? Aqua replied, every being, whether Pokémon or human, must discover their purpose if they wish to evolve. Knight chimed in, Senior Rowlet, Junior Absol always says that I'll evolve when I have a revelation. Whether through an item or not, we evolve when we realize something important. Aqua continued, for me, it was that I was born to fight, for my trainer. Dusknoir added, mine was to be my trainer's shield. Honchkrow stated, I was born to take care of my comrades. Rowlet asked, why was I born? You have to figure that out yourself, Aqua advised. Rowlet sifted through his memories, searching for a defining moment. Nothing stood out until he recalled the day he met Ash. That was when his life began to change. Ash allowed him the freedom to pursue his passion, training Pokémon. Rowlet cherished those moments, dreaming that one day, his trainees would surpass him. That was his purpose, to train others and witness their growth. Suddenly, Rowlet glowed blue, and his body began to transform. He grew taller, his wings expanded, and his talons sharpened. At last, Rowlet evolved into Dartrix and promptly fell from the sky. Crooked caught Dartrix on her back as Aqua jumped into a nearby tree. Crooked flew down to the clearing, Dartrix safely on her back. The others were engaged in conversation, while Ash observed the sky. Honchkrow landed in front of Ash, and Dartrix stepped forward, only to trip and fall. Aqua and Fluttermane helped him up, and the newly evolved Pokémon lowered his head to Ash, who welcomed him with a warm hug. Welcome back, Ash said. Who's the funny-looking bird, Mama? Livewire asked. That's Robin, Harbinger replied. Robin? You DMN bird, of course, Croc exclaimed. Stop yelling or I'll stuff paint down your throat again, Fluttermane warned. I don't see the big deal. He looks majestic. I hope I look as cool one day. BD remarked. Are you sure, Mama? He used to look nice, now he looks different, Livewire said. Okay, I am a kill, Robin started. Oh, I see it now. You're right, Mama, Toxel added. Well done, bird, Firestorm praised. Guess it worked after all, Mystique commented. Rodartrix, Aegislash acknowledged. Aegislash faced her teammate, the newly evolved Pokemon blending into the night. Robin saluted, with Fluttermane's help. Aegislash returned the salute, and Dartrix joyfully tackled the ghost. Marnie woke up as she usually did, dressed in her normal clothes. Just as she was about to open the door, someone knocked. She opened it to find her brother, Piers, who looked more serious than usual. "Marnie! Open the door!" Piers called. "Go away, Piers," Marnie replied. "Why can't a big brother visit his younger sister?" he asked. "Because last time we saw each other, you said Ash would make you an uncle," she retorted. "I did, and I stand by it," Piers said, stepping inside and sitting on her bed. Marnie leaned against the wall, noticing a box in his hand. "I would have come last night, but I wanted to give you some space. Now. I saw all your battles," Piers exclaimed. "So?" Marnie replied. "I decided to come here in person for you and your fiancé's match," he said. "Ahu. You're clearly excited about something, and you're never excited," she noted. "True. I'm just proud my little sister is such a powerful trainer. And her fiancé, who we need to discuss, is quite the character with an army of shiny Pokemon." "Leon told me," Piers said. "Mar, you ready?" Ash suddenly appeared from the shadows. Marnie noticed Ash and Piers' playful banter, though Piers simply smirked in response. Ash used his powers to gently pin Marnie to the wall while helping Piers up. Marnie struggled against the dark matter, noting Ash's eyes had a purple hue. "Hey, Piers," Ash greeted. "Yo, brother-in-law. Good to see you again, even with those strange powers," Piers replied. "Why are you so cheerful?" "It's a bit unsettling," Ash remarked. "My friend," Piers began. Both Ash and Marnie interrupted. "What?" "Yes, friend. Why are you shocked?" "I can make friends. But aside from that, she helped me pick out a gift," Piers explained. He tossed the box at Marnie, hitting her in the face as she was still pinned against the wall. Ash released her, wary of her reaction. He vanished, leaving a note that he was at the stadium. DMN. You really fell in love with an experiment. Well, you can't do better, he's perfect for a brother-in-law, Piers teased. Shut up, bro, Marnie replied, opening the box to reveal clothing. She looked at her brother, who gave her a sheepish grin. As she pulled out the outfit, she gasped in surprise. Piers smirked again, leaving to let her change. Marnie grabbed his wrist, looking him straight in the eyes. Who is she? She demanded. That's my secret, Piers replied. Tell her thank you, Marnie insisted. Of course, he said as he left. Marnie picked up the note Ash had left, which mentioned the stadium but also hinted that Piers was lying about his girlfriend, indicating he had done this all on his own, like a good brother. Excited, Marnie put on the clothes and headed toward the stadium, ignoring the curious looks she received. Morpeko perched on her shoulder, glaring at any boy who approached. As she entered the stadium and approached the arena, she tossed a pokeball into the air, staring at it. Marnie. Bonnie called as she entered the waiting room and sat next to her. You look great. Where did you get the cute clothes? Can I do your hair? Ready to battle it out with your fiancé? Bonnie asked enthusiastically. Thanks. My brother bought them for me. Yes, he's in town, somewhere in the stands. Sure, you can do my hair. And I'm not ready at all, Marnie admitted. Bonnie sat behind her, chatting as she styled Marnie's hair. She pulled something pink from her bag and handed it to Marnie, who nodded in appreciation. The blonde girl grinned, using the item. Well, I hope you win, Bonnie said encouragingly. As far as Marnie could tell, Ash had never lost a Pokemon battle, and she was determined to change that. No, we cannot let that happen, Marnie agreed, her resolve strengthening. Bonnie chimed in, think about it. If you beat him, you could become the strongest dark trainer in the world. The Dark Elite Four members are weaker than you two. Marnie pondered for a moment. You might be right. With a determined look, she stood up and headed toward the stadium. Glancing at a pokeball one last time, she turned back to Bonnie, who playfully nudged her forward. Taking a deep breath, Marnie stepped into the arena, greeted by an eerie silence that filled the empty battlefield. The crowd had learned to neither love nor hate the Dark Trainers. The referee called out, and Ash approached, his presence commanding. His shadow loomed large, and his eyes were dark, but his smile was charming to Marnie. It's time, March. Who's the strongest Dark Trainer, me or you? Ash challenged. What about the other 5? Marnie asked. We both know we can beat them, Ash replied confidently. Marnie hummed thoughtfully before responding, come at me, Dark Trainer. With a swift motion, she tossed her Pokeball into the air, releasing Bisharp to face Ash's Pokemon, Fallen Angel, also known as Fluttermane. Both trainers stood still, the tension palpable. Ash's shadow flickered, revealing his excitement, while Bisharp's purple necklace shimmered. The battlefield transformed into a barren desert, the orange landscape stark against the sky. The referee raised his hand, then brought it down. Hyper voice. Ash commanded. Iron Head. Marnie countered. Bisharp dug in and launched forward, gleaming gray. Fallen Angel remained stationary, conjuring a white wave that shot out toward Bisharp. He swerved left, maintaining his speed. Fallen Angel vanished into the shadows, and Bisharp closed his eyes, remaining still. She reappeared in front of Marnie, but Bisharp was quick, appearing behind her in an instant. Fallen Angel reacted with a burst of mystical fire as Bisharp struck with a metal claw, the two moves colliding in a powerful explosion. Fallen Angel soared from the smoke, eyes shining with fairy energy. Bisharp followed, slamming down with steel energy. Fluttermane phased through the attack using Phantom Force, striking Bisharp from behind. The glowing purple object absorbed some of the damage, allowing her to float above, radiating a bright pink light. Fallen Angel began to form a red sphere, and Bisharp, sensing danger, jumped up to use Night Slash. She disappeared, reappearing on the ground and launching the red sphere into the air, invoking Sunny Day. Suddenly, Fallen Angel glowed a bright red and unleashed a massive mystical fire, larger than before. Bisharp braced himself, taking the hit as best he could. The flames engulfed him, and he felt the burn. There are many ways to deal with an Eviolite, Ash said, but I think overwhelming firepower is the best approach. Shadow Ball. Rain Dance. Marnie countered, summoning clouds that covered the battlefield and began to rain. The Shadow Ball shrank in size, doing less damage. Marnie grinned at the ghost type, whose glow had faded. Not a bad idea, Ash admitted. Thank you. He's definitely up to something, Marnie observed. But, Ash began, as Fallen Angel glowed a bright yellow, causing Marnie to avert her eyes. She noticed Ash's eyes had strange purple rings, and when he winked at her, she turned away. Flustered. I can still see you, Ms. Tomato, Ash teased. Pervert, Marnie stammered. Oh, don't worry, I'm not into that, Ash replied with a smirk. Shut up and focus on the battle. Marnie insisted. Halo. Ash commanded, and a golden halo appeared above Fallen Angel's head, illuminating her even more. Bisharp looked on in fear as spheres of light surrounded the stadium. Fire. Ash ordered, and the spheres transformed into arrows. Fallen Angel glowed brighter, and the arrows spun before launching. Bisharp attempted to use Night Slash, but the sheer number of arrows overwhelmed him. As the last arrow struck, Bisharp was knocked out, and the light absorbed back into Fallen. The halo vanished, and Fallen Angel collapsed, exhausted. Custom move Halo, Ash explained. It allows the user to control light, super effective against steel, dark, ghost, and normal types, but resisted by fire, water, and grass. If the Pokemon isn't in sunlight, it takes damage as well. Stupid. That custom move is stupid, Marnie muttered. Yes, it is, Ash agreed. Tyranitar. Marnie called out. Killer Frost. Ash countered, sending out Frostless, her eyes shaped like icicles. Both Pokémon understood that one hit could end the battle. As the sand swirled, the fight began. Frostless moved first, creating hail. Tyranitar fired Stone Edge, but Frostless countered with Ice Beam, piercing through the rocks. Tyranitar retaliated with Flamethrower, which extinguished the Ice Beam. Frostless's skin turned pale, making her nearly invisible. Tyranitar slammed a fist into the ground, causing an earthquake. Frostless responded with Dazzling Gleam, stunning her opponent. Tyranitar roared, taking the hit but pressing forward with a crunch. Frostless used Double Team, creating clones to evade the attack. The real Tyranitar bit a clone, only to be struck by an aura sphere from behind, causing him to flinch. He attempted to use Surf, but after a moment, Frostless hit him with a blizzard, an icicle piercing his chest. Tyranitar roared again, unleashing fire blasts in all directions. Frostless's eerie laughter filled the arena, sending shivers down Tyranitar's spine. Marnie winced as her Pokémon endured hit after hit. Dark Pulse in every direction. Marnie commanded. Tyranitar jumped and unleashed Dark Pulse everywhere, but was soon hit by a Dragon Pulse. Breathing, he struggled to keep up as Frostless's laughter grew louder, appearing right in front of him to land another aura sphere before vanishing again. Rock Tomb. Marnie shouted, and massive rocks covered the arena. Frostless hovered above, searching for her opponent. Suddenly, Tyranitar appeared right behind her. The Ghost-type Pokémon vanished into the shadows just as its opponent prepared to land a fire punch. The rocks shattered under a blizzard before the lizard could touch the ground, and the hail subsided. Ash noted, Hail. Marnie replied, Note to self, add Sandstorm to moveset. Frostless became nearly invisible once again. Ash called out, Unseen Freeze. The area fell silent as Frostless disappeared completely, until Tyranitar was suddenly struck in the back by a powerful ice spike, causing more damage than the previous attacks. Tyranitar roared in frustration, unleashing a dark pulse in all directions, but it did no damage. Marnie asked, Details? Ash explained, Unseen Freeze allows the user to turn invisible, and the next attack does double damage. It can only be used in hail and takes 5% of the user's HP in recoil. Marnie smirked, Ash, after I win, you better help me get custom moves. Ash responded confidently, Deal, but you won't win. Marnie commanded, You turn. Tyranitar punched itself with bug energy and vanished. Frostless grinned as it disappeared, only to growl low as Meowscarda entered the field. The frost glowed an ominous blue as the two Pokémon faced each other, and the hail turned sharp. Meowscarda caught one of the icy shards and shattered it, creating a green katana that gleamed in the sunlight. Frostless's white skin shone even brighter, the ice falling around her. Then, Meowscarda launched an attack. Frostless vanished while using Ice Beam just as Meowscarda threw her sword, both Pokémon expertly dodging the moves. Meowscarda began to run, her flower gleaming even brighter. Marnie shouted, Flower Trick. Ash replied, Gotcha. The flower next to Meowscarda shot into the icicle rain, suddenly returning covered in a light blue ice cube, striking Meowscarda in the face and sending her skidding into an icy barrage, surprising everyone. Meowscarda exclaimed, That hurt. Frostless retorted, Green Incineroar. Ash interjected, Hey. Apologize. Both Pokémon responded, No. Killer Frost added, Don't take that tone with my MSTR, stupid cat. Meowscarda shot back, Don't glare at my MSTR, frozen corpse. Frost remarked, You're lucky I'm tired from your teammate, otherwise, I'd have beaten you already. Marnie pondered, Fire? How does this thing know a fire move? So, Flower Trick is useless now. Wait. The hail should disappear soon, that's when I can make a move. Frost asked, Dad, why isn't she using the weird movement? Ash explained, the hail. If Mioscarda looks back at Marnie, which is hard in hail, she'll have her back wide open. Freestyle has limitations that trainers like me can exploit. Mioscarda flinched from the hail, getting launched into the air by an icicle crash. Frost appeared next to Mioscarda, firing a point-blank ice beam. Mioscarda maneuvered her flower to block the blow, covering it in even more ice while narrowly dodging a flamethrower from behind. Mioscarda landed gracefully and executed a night slash. A shadow disc sped toward her but was sliced in half, while Mioscarda caught an aura sphere and slammed it into the ground, her hand smoking. A piece of hail struck Mioscarda, exploding on impact and amplifying the hail's effects even more. Now, it exploded into ice shards. Mioscarda was bruised all over, using her frozen flower to shield her head. However, luck was on Marnie's side as the hail stopped. Mioscarda summoned all her energy for a night slash. Frostless would have vanished, but the frozen flower trick struck her in the head, stunning her long enough to secure the knockout. Frostless woke up a moment later, the referee still counting her out, prompting the ice type to fly at him, ready to unleash a barrage of icicles. Ash's next Pokémon quickly restrained her with a psychic attack that broke after a few seconds. Frost remarked, Radiation, I love you, but don't do that again. Mioscarda boasted, told you I'd win. I got lucky the hail ended, and even luckier that Turtontar drained her stamina. Without Arceus, I'd have lost that match. Frost threatened playfully, I'll get you back for this. Ash instructed, Radiation, open his Pokeball. Gengar chimed in, already open. He's making a dramatic entrance, the one Marshadao taught him. Suddenly, a blue frog appeared behind Mioscarda. She jumped behind Marnie, while Aqua nodded at her. Mioscarda growled, knowing Aqua's power. She was aware that this Pokémon could hold its own against Marshadao and could potentially defeat her. The referee began, S. Mioscarda soared into the air. Frogidar teleported right in front of her and delivered an uppercut, sending her skyward in less than 2 seconds. Mioscarda used Leaf Storm midair to shield herself until she landed. Aqua appeared above her, delivering a roundhouse kick that sent her crashing into the ground. The upside was that her flower was no longer frozen. The downside was that Aqua was ready to attack. Mioscarda understood Frogidar's frailty as a mid-listage Pokémon, but she also knew her base stats were better. However, that didn't matter against Aqua. Mioscarda took a defensive stance, preparing to use Leaf Blade as Aqua landed. Both Pokémon stood in the center of the battlefield, facing each other. Aqua complimented, good stance. He created a red kunai, and Mioscarda braced herself as the fire knife blazed a bright orange. Aqua moved first, swinging the fire kunai and creating a fire slash. Mioscarda ducked under it, cutting a shadow ball in half. Aqua formed a water sphere and went on the offensive. Mioscarda waited, then was knocked away. Breathing, she watched as Aqua approached her and placed a hand on her head before jumping back in front of Ash. Marnie exclaimed, how do we compete with all that speed? Aqua advised, Junior, here's some advice, feel the air around you. He created a water shuriken and threw it. Mioscarda closed her eyes, sensing the air shift behind her. She dove to the side, narrowly dodging a fighting-type shuriken. Standing up, her eyes flashed green. Aqua praised, well done, disciple. It'll be a pleasure working with you in the future. For now, rest. In an instant, Aqua was behind Mioscarda, knocking her out with a powerful aerial ace. Aqua returned her to Marnie, saying something before walking off. Ash noted, he said let her watch. Marnie declared, of course. Next up, Turtontar. Ash asked, what's the game plan? Marnie interrupted, Mega Evolve. Both Ash and Aqua responded, ah. Turtontar entered the field, and yellow tendrils connected the mega stone to the keystone. The sand thickened, prompting Aqua to shoot a flash cannon into the air as Turtontar Mega evolved. The referee announced, "Begin." Ash called out, "Elemental weaponry, type steel." "Weapon." Marnie commanded, "Stone edge." Ash countered, "Rapier." The blue stones lunged forward, a barrage of at least 50, with 20 coming from underground. Aqua raised his sword and began to cut. The steel blade sliced through each rock that came its way, its wielder jumping onto the debris to close the distance while simultaneously blocking. Not a single rock got through the defensive pattern. T-Tar used Dark Pulse, but Aqua countered with a flash cannon from his other hand, leaping out of the stadium using rock debris as a springboard while cutting through the rocks. The Rock-type Pokémon charged up a Hyper Beam as Aqua threw the blade, which the Rock-type caught in its teeth and bit in half. Frogadier unleashed a barrage of attacks at his opponent. Turtontar destroyed them all with Flamethrower and used Dragon Tail. Aqua, somehow managing to dodge it in midair, shot an Ice Beam point blank. The pseudo-legendary Pokémon roared in defiance, unleashing 5 Dragon Pulses. Marnie exclaimed in frustration, urging Ash to focus. Ash, however, was determined to make a statement at the Kalos League, showcasing the skills of a dark trainer. He called for a rain dance, and the sand was replaced with rain. Aqua put away his weapons and meditated as the rock-dark Pokémon barreled forward with Thunderfang. Halfway through the field, a water tornado engulfed Frogadier. He stood up, his body glowing a bright blue. Frogadier grew taller, transforming as the tornado exploded, forming a massive water shuriken on his back. Aqua was no longer a Froakie or a Frogadier, he had evolved into a Greninja. Marnie was taken aback, questioning how such a transformation was possible. Ash explained that Aqua had been ready to evolve for some time but wanted to impress Mioscarda. Aqua, slightly embarrassed, requested Ash to stop talking about it. Marnie warned Turtontar to stay on guard, as Aqua was now in a completely different league. Turtontar, filled with pride, prepared for battle. However, the newly evolved Greninja quickly knocked Turtontar out, standing over him with a gleaming water shuriken and weapons in hand. Ash was amazed by Aqua's transformation and the newfound power he possessed. Aqua, still adjusting to his new height, was ready for the next challenge. The referee was about to call the match when Aqua threatened him, prompting Ash to intervene with a protective barrier. Ash noted that this new form seemed to enhance Aqua's personality. Marnie remarked on the trainer-like bond between Ash and Aqua. As the battlefield shifted, Greninja remained, now surrounded by a green plains area with a single tree in the center. Marnie sent out her Obstagoon, while Ash called forth Gengar, who greeted the crowd with a shy wave. Gengar had a Mega Stone, and Ash activated its Mega Evolution, transforming Gengar into Mega Gengar with a striking new appearance. Ash, eager to show off, introduced the void form of radiation, which left Marnie on alert. Both Ash and Gengar prepared for battle, their eyes flashing with intensity. Gengar vanished and reappeared behind Obstagoon, who attempted to counter with Night Slash. However, Gengar was faster, landing a powerful thunder punch that sent Obstagoon crashing into the tree. As the battle continued, Ash strategized, using Gengar's abilities to gain the upper hand. Obstagoon attempted to defend itself but was ultimately caught off guard by Gengar's relentless attacks, showcasing the bond and strength between trainer and Pokémon. The dog turned his body, going back down to the ground while launching pin missiles and Shadow Ball. Radiation countered both moves with psychic energy. Marnie shouted, "Shadow Spin." Still around 60 feet in the air, Obstagoon started spinning with Shadow Claw, ghost energy falling from the sky at high speeds. Ash called out, "Alchemy." Type, Ghost. Radiation raised his hands, the silver palms glowing a deep black. Then, Obstagoon's ghost energy vanished. Obstagoon phased right through his opponent as he hit the ground, Gengar grabbing his neck and throwing him into a tree. Before he could counterattack, he was blasted through the tree again with a sludge bomb. What? How did you? Marnie exclaimed. Ash explained, alchemy, void form ability. It surpasses the limits of what an entity can do. It allows control over everything in existence, but it has its downsides, limited uses and less combat power. Radiation shot a dragon pulse from his mouth, the purple dragon heading straight for Obstagoon. One hit is all it'll take to knock Jengar out, Ash stated confidently. Of course you get the overpowered ability. But one hit, priority moves, Marnie began. Bold of you to assume we don't have a strategy for that, Ash replied. Bold of me? Marnie questioned. Are you calling me a nerd? Ash retorted. Obstagoon was knocked out. Radiation teleported in front of Ash. The massive tree in front now had 2 holes in it, while the greenery was gone. Radiation's silver skin gleamed as Marnie sent out her 5th Pokémon, Shiny Grimmsnarl. The 2 silver Pokémon faced one another. Isn't that way too powerful? This is unfair. But he said it'll only take 1 shot. What about priority moves? Marnie wondered aloud. Not going to go first. Sucker Punch, huh? Sludge Bomb, Ash replied. Sucker Punch, Marnie said. Grimmsnarl teleported in front of Radiation, delivering a punch. Jengar phased through the punch, absorbing the dark energy. Marnie grimaced as her shiny Pokémon was hit by a poison bomb, pushing it back slightly. Is this really Radiation? The battle styles are so different, this can't be right. He's only used status once. Bulk up, Marnie strategized. Ash countered. Thunder. Wave. Grimmsnarl batted the thunder wave aside, boosting his attack and defense. The paralysis had no effect, making Radiation frustrated. The ghost type shot a barrage of Shadow Ball in disc form, then put his arms together in cannon form, imitating his comrade, Firestorm. Grimmsnarl's hairs were charged with dark energy, cutting through the discs. Radiation supplied even more dark discs, at least 200 shooting out every second. Somehow, Grimmsnarl kept up. This isn't working. No more alchemies left. If she uses Sucker Punch, we're in trouble. But she doesn't know that. Finish this quickly, Ash decided. Radiation vanished, then reappeared behind Grimmsnarl, punching him away. Grimmsnarl landed in front of Ash, wiping dirt off his mouth. Ash waved, and the fairy waved back. Radiation grimaced, his eyes gleaming with psychic energy. Sorry about this, Grimmsnarl. Don't blame me for this. Psychic, Ash said. Enforcer? Grimmsnarl questioned. The massive tree was ripped from the ground using psychic energy and slammed onto Grimmsnarl. The only reason Ash wasn't hit was that he created an invisible dark shield to block the tree, using an illusion to suggest another Pokémon protected him. Radiation stood on the tree stump, grinning. However, the tree split open, and Grimmsnarl was still not knocked out. Radiation covered his fist with status. Grimmsnarl used Spirit Break. The 2 Pokémon fought fiercely, and the sight would be unforgettable. Later, those who witnessed it would think champion Pokémon were on a rampage. It was a straight-up brawl. When Jengar landed a gut punch, Grimmsnarl countered with a powerful Night Slash. Unfortunately for Grimmsnarl, even with a bulk-up boost, he was at a disadvantage. Jengar overwhelmed him. Callum sat in the stands next to the entire Kalos group, on the edge of his seat, enjoying the battle. Most of the crowd believed Ash had the win in the bag, and Callum knew Marnie had a slim chance, but he also knew that even if Grimmsnarl lost, the battle wasn't over. But on the other hand, Ash hadn't used her last Pokémon yet either. Lil Sis underestimated Jengar, a voice said. Callum turned to see a peculiar-looking man next to him. He was surprised he hadn't noticed him before, as if the stranger had concealed his presence. Callum replayed the earlier conversation in his mind and stared at Piers in shock and awe. So, you're my sister's friend. Well, you know me, Piers said. Piers, the first Dark-type gym leader, Callum replied. DMN straight. Piers pulled out a cigarette box. You smoke? No, Callum answered. Good, it's bad for you. Piers lit one up. As I was saying, Marnie forgot this is her fiancé's Pokemon, not some random. Of course, Gengar has excellent hand-to-hand combat skills. True, this entire battle has been going Ash's way, Callum admitted. Yeah, he's quite a good trainer. Can't wait for him to visit Galar, Piers added. Wait, you're Marnie's brother? Bonnie exclaimed. I am, Piers confirmed. Can I hear childhood stories? Why is she so mad at Aura Guardians? How did she meet Ash? Bonnie asked eagerly. Later, because an Aura Guardian killed our parents. I'll tell you then. I like you, kid. You a dark trainer? Piers inquired. Nope, but I've been traveling this entire year with Marnie and Ash. I have plenty of, Bonnie started. Oh, I think we'll get along just fine, Piers said with a grin, causing Sawyer, Serena, and Trevor to shiver. Marnie would probably be upset if she saw you smoking, Bonnie warned. Kid, she already has. She's the reason I quit. These are candy cigarettes, Piers replied. Huh. You're strange, Mr. Piers, Bonnie said. You're strange too, kid, Piers shot back. Grimmsnarl was knocked out, lying beneath radiation. Both Gengar and Ash were grinning, though they were concerned when Marnie didn't return him. False surrender, Marnie declared. Shadow Snee, Ash began. Gotcha, Marnie interrupted. Grimmsnarl, using the last of his strength, executed a sucker punch. Gengar, having no more alchemy uses left, was knocked out by the priority dark-type move, alongside Grimmsnarl. Ash returned Gengar, shaking his head at himself for letting his guard down. Marnie returned Grimmsnarl, grateful for his efforts. Son of a, Ash started, but Marnie's eyes flashed. How did we fall for that? Overconfidence. You need to battle with more strategy, although it seems you've had plenty so far, Marnie advised. Thanks for the advice, Mar, Ash said. Last Pokemon, Marnie announced. No more Pico? Ash asked. She refused to fight you, Marnie replied. Well, I'll be. Then I'll choose, Mar, hold still, Ash instructed. What? Marnie asked, confused. Looks like someone wants to fight me, Ash said. A large shadow covered the entire arena. The crowd felt a chill as darkness enveloped them. A shape loomed overhead before landing on the ground, pitch-black wings covering its face. The wings unfurled, revealing Yveltal. Humans. I have been given permission to fight the trainer named Ash. I will be this girl's sixth battle partner, Yveltal declared. I am honored, my lord, Marnie said. Wait, this has, Diantha began. Quiet, Yveltal commanded. To Marnie, he added, no formalities, you are my son's partner after all. Now, were they going to take on the challenge? Marnie affirmed confidently. Ash, with 3 Pokemon remaining, Aqua, Wrath, and another, was hesitant to use the last one until the finals. Aqua would need to weaken the opponent first. He turned to Aqua, ready for the task ahead. Aqua responded affirmatively, while Yveltal acknowledged the bond between Ash and his Pokemon. Ash checked in with Greninja, asking if he was accustomed to his new abilities. Greninja assured him that he was ready and had a good grasp on his moves. As Ash strategized, he requested a brief pause from the referee, who, under Yveltal's watchful gaze, complied. Ash and Greninja huddled together, with Crooked perched on Ash's shoulder and Nimble on Greninja's. Ash asked Greninja to share his move set. Greninja began detailing his abilities. He could create weapons of all types, see the threads of living beings to predict their movements, and amplify his powers using darkness, especially under certain conditions. Ash was taken aback by the extent of Greninja's capabilities. Marshadao expressed pride in Greninja's rapid mastery of darkness. Greninja humbly acknowledged his mentors but felt he still had much to learn. Ash inquired if there were more abilities, and Greninja explained a transformation that would enhance his skills and alter his personality, allowing him to harness Ash's powers. Marshadao praised Greninja's progress, and Ash expressed gratitude for having such a strong Pokémon. Aqua echoed the sentiment, crediting Ash for their growth. Marshadao reminded them of the challenge ahead, and Greninja was determined to succeed. As Aqua prepared for battle, Ash encouraged him, and Marnie playfully teased Ash about his enthusiasm. The referee signaled the start of the match, and Yveltal took to the sky, radiating power. Greninja remained calm, readying his water daggers as Ash and Aqua glowed with energy. Yveltal challenged them to put on a show, and Ash initiated an attack with water shuriken. Aqua skillfully anticipated Yveltal's movements, landing a hit. Yveltal quickly regained composure, and the tension in the arena escalated. Marshadao acknowledged Greninja's strength, urging him to unleash his full potential. Aqua concentrated dark energy around him, transforming into a more powerful form. The battle intensified as Greninja unleashed a hydro pump, striking Yveltal directly. Although Yveltal managed to mitigate some damage, he was knocked to the ground. Aqua, filled with determination, transformed further, his appearance shifting dramatically. Yveltal, now serious, prepared for a counterattack, and the clash between the two Pokémon reached new heights, showcasing their incredible abilities. However, he failed to notice the frog behind him, striking the bird into the ground with a powerful punch. Yveltal scoffed and unleashed a hurricane in every direction. Greninja quickly created a steel shield and crouched behind it as the wind uprooted the nearby tree, leaving only an empty stump and muddy ground from the rain. Yveltal launched a Dragon Pulse attack. Greninja retaliated with a sludge bomb, transforming the poison ball into a barrage of projectiles. The dragon charged forward, roaring fiercely. Aqua, empowered with fairy gauntlets, landed a strong punch on the dragon. Suddenly, Greninja felt a chill run down his spine. Yveltal was in his shadow. Aqua unleashed a shadow ball at full force, but the shadow absorbed the blow before striking Aqua into the tree stump with an aerial ace. Yveltal emerged from the shadow, showing signs of damage, which gave Aqua hope. However, he needed more power. The red moon was not an option, as it would boost Yveltal's strength. Instead, chaotic shadow erupted, enveloping Aqua in a dark aura similar to his opponent's. The two clashed, exchanging blows and moves. The stadium's shield had broken long ago, and a strange black floating shield and sword protected the spectators. The Pokémon used Protect alongside the entire arena, appearing unfazed. Greninja gained the upper hand, landing a powerful fire punch while unleashing a hydro pump at point-blank range. The intensity of the battle resonated throughout the stadium, and Sycamore could sense Yveltal's longing to hunt and fight. Sycamore remarked to himself that this was where Ash got his determination from. Nearby, a man with orange hair and a black jumpsuit watched the broadcast, holding a clipboard. Next to him stood a man in a white lab coat. The man in the lab coat expressed concern about attacking Ash, noting that he was currently winning against Yveltal. The orange-haired man insisted that Yveltal was not a formidable opponent and that they needed to proceed with their mission. Just then, Aqua used an electric web weapon to pin Yveltal to the ground, but the god simply phased through it. Greninja had successfully baited Yveltal, and the battle concluded with Aqua emerging victorious. The legend battles had been intense, and now the story was progressing towards the next arc. The aftermath of the battle against Marnie was a hot topic worldwide, as a rookie dark trainer had defeated Yveltal, a god. Rumors circulated about Ash's Pokémon having unique powers. While Yveltal's appearance was not a major discussion point, the focus remained on Ash's unexpected victory. Piers and Ash caught up briefly, with the gym leader expressing pride in his sister's accomplishments. Even the champions had never defeated a god before, although Cynthia had never faced one, and the other champions typically focused on calming them rather than battling. As the day of the next battle arrived, excitement filled the air. Tierno, sitting in the gym locker, tossed a ball up and down with a confident smirk. Meanwhile, Ash stared at a Pokeball, lost in thought about his first Pokemon. Tierno, feeling assured of his strength, walked into the arena first, followed by Ash. The rivalry between them was palpable, with neither trainer holding any affection for the other. Tierno viewed Ash as merely a stepping stone to his own growth. Tierno acknowledged Ash's progress, albeit with a hint of disdain, while Ash remained focused on his goal of winning the league. Tensions escalated as they exchanged barbs, with Ash proposing a bet. If he won, Tierno would apologize to Shauna and Trevor, but if Tierno won, Ash would never return to Kalos. As the referee called for the trainers to send out their Pokemon, Tierno chose Raichu, while Ash responded with a shiny Aegislash, a Pokemon that had previously proven formidable against Tierno's team. The arena, a stunning lake with patches of land and trees, set the stage for their showdown. Aegislash took her blade form, and Raichu roared, sending shockwaves through the air. With a slight movement, Aegislash cleared the trees from the arena. Raichu charged forward before the referee signaled the start of the match, displaying confidence rather than fear. Ash called out to Aegislash, urging for a quick finish. Excalibur, the Aegislash, inquired about the desired speed of the battle, to which Ash responded with a command to unleash maximum power. Tierno shouted for Raichu to use Wild Charge, and the Pokemon enveloped itself in an electric field, launching across the lake. Excalibur raised her shield and sword, preparing for the incoming attack. When Raichu collided with the shield, it was deflected into the sky. Aegislash quickly followed up, using Shadow Claw to slam Raichu into the water, causing an electric shock. Emerging from the water, Raichu appeared more determined, launching an iron tail from above. Aegislash countered with Sacred Sword, successfully deflecting the attack. Raichu landed on an island, while Aegislash prepared a powerful Flash Cannon and Shadow Ball combination. Raichu countered with Thunderbolt and Brick Break, breaking through the attacks. Excalibur glowed with Leaf Blade energy as Raichu attempted to dig underground. Aegislash narrowly dodged the surprise attack and retaliated with Flamethrower, sending Raichu back into the water. Ash urged Aegislash to stop playing around and finish the battle. Aegislash complied and positioned herself above Raichu, delivering a decisive Leaf Blade attack that knocked Raichu out. Excalibur returned to Ash, who affectionately patted her head. Tierno, frustrated, remarked that Ash had gotten lucky, but Ash dismissed him, noting that Tierno's Pokemon weren't utilizing their unique abilities. Ash then performed a gesture that infused Excalibur with a dark energy, which she accepted as a good luck charm. As the battle continued, Tierno commanded Ludicolo to use Hydro Pump. Excalibur countered with Psychic, freezing Ludicolo in place. Tierno's frustration grew as he realized his Pokemon was at a disadvantage. Ash encouraged Excalibur to finish the fight quickly. Ludicolo attempted a rain dance, but Ash recognized it as a sign that Tierno's Pokemon hadn't been properly trained. When Ludicolo launched a Hydro Pump, Excalibur easily countered with Leaf Blade. The battle escalated, with Aegislash skillfully blocking and countering Ludicolo's attacks. Tierno, increasingly agitated, sent out two cannon, but Excalibur swiftly knocked it out with a psychic attack. Ash reminisced about past experiences with Excalibur, who expressed her dedication to serving him. Tierno, now desperate, sent out his next Pokemon, Baxcalibur, but Aegislash quickly overwhelmed it with a series of powerful moves, knocking it out in an instant. Tierno, visibly frustrated, questioned why Ash had chosen his region to challenge. Ash explained that it provided good practice against Dark-type Pokemon. Tierno, shaking with anger, released his fifth Pokemon, Gothitelle, but Aegislash countered with a Shadow Beam, taking Gothitelle down. Finally, Tierno summoned Blastoise, warning Ash of the stakes involved. Ash recognized the pain Blastoise was in and decided to break the Mega Evolution connection, recalling Sycamore's advice about the requirements for a successful Mega Evolution. He understood that any disruption could lead to catastrophic consequences. The battle was far from over, and Ash prepared for the final showdown. They discovered the truth thanks to Sycamore, who had used himself as an experiment to break the connection. The only reason he survived was because Cynthia saved him, both trainers being obsessed with Mega Evolution. Ash commanded, "Excalibur, break the connection." Excalibur responded, "Of course, MSTR. Shall I destroy the stone?" Ash sighed, "Are you trying to put us all in danger? Just remind Blastoise who his trainer is." Excalibur replied, "I live to serve." "Blastoise, does your trainer treat you well?" Blastoise answered, "Yes. He gives me lots of food." Excalibur interrupted, "Doesn't that food hurt when you and your comrades eat it?" Blastoise shot a Dragon Pulse, which was countered by a Shadow Ball. "He says it makes you stronger." "He said he'll love me," Blastoise protested. Aegislash chimed in, "When was the last time your trainer actually said, 'Good job,' or showed you any love or appreciation?" Blastoise's cannon shrank, causing Tierno to glare at it in frustration. The turtle unleashed a Hydro Cannon, but Aegislash deflected it with King's Shield. "Turtle, finish the fight already!" Tierno shouted. Blastoise hesitated, "MSTR, I." "Shut up and fight!" Tierno snapped. Excalibur remarked, "You need a better trainer. One who appreciates you." Blastoise stammered, "Shut up." Ash commanded, "Now." Excalibur slashed with Leaf Blade, causing Blastoise to crumble to the ground, still conscious thanks to Excalibur holding back. His cannon had shrunk even more, and his mega form seemed less powerful. "My trainer loves me." "You don't know anything." Blastoise insisted. Aegislash advised, "MSTR, take it from here. If I speak more, he'll break." Ash turned to Tierno, "Your Blastoise needs some encouragement." "You know how I know. Mind your own business. He doesn't get any encouragement until he isn't useless." Tierno retorted. That was the final straw. Blastoise returned to his normal form, looking furious at Tierno. The trainer recoiled at Ash's confident grin. With a snap of his fingers, Ash caused Blastoise to be knocked out by a Night Slash. The referee announced, "Blastoise is unable to battle, which means the winner is." Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "Wait." The Kalos champion, Diantha, teleported in, with Gardevoir giving Ash an encouraging smile. She lowered her head in respect, and Aegislash bowed as well. Ash nodded, silently apologizing for a past threat. Diantha rolled her eyes and began whispering to the referee. The referee declared, "Trainer Ash will be going through a DS inspection." Excalibur was scanned by a Rotom drone, which then produced a piece of paper. The referee read, "Trainer Ash's shiny Aegislash has 0% DS intake." Diantha exclaimed, "What? I paid you to say." Ash interrupted, "Sorry Diantha, what was that?" Diantha cracked her knuckles, and Ash's eyes glowed a harsh purple, causing her to stop. "Anyway, I think Tierno should be checked as well." Tierno flinched. Diantha protested, "That's hardly necessary." The referee ordered, "Rotom, check Blastoise." The Rotom performed the same process, and the results came in. The referee glared at the paper, then at Tierno, giving a look of pity to Blastoise before nodding at Ash in apology. The referee understood how much DS could hurt a Pokémon, having seen many kids try to cheat. Each year, at least one case of DS was found, as some kids made poor choices. The Pokémon League, especially the referees, had a zero-tolerance policy for it. The referee announced, "Trainer Tierno's Blastoise has been caught with 70% levels of DS. The DS is a body enhancer of Class 6. The crowd erupted in disbelief. "Impossible," one exclaimed. "But how?" another questioned. "Didn't you notice those black lines?" someone else added. "How did a kid even get his hands on Class 6 level?" another shouted. "The Dark Trainers bribed the ref," someone accused, only to be silenced. "Look at the Pokémon," another pointed out. DS, regardless of its form, had 10 stages. The higher the stage, the more powerful a Pokémon became, along with stronger side effects. Most kids only had DS levels of 1 or 2, which resulted in temporary bans from the league. The highest level a child had used was 4, and that was Diantha herself in her first league, coming from a wealthy family. Her punishment was a 1-year suspension from the Kalos League, though her parents managed to intervene. Tierno protested, "Lies. I would never." The referee interjected, "Are you accusing me of tampering with the evidence?" In the Pokémon world, accusing a referee of tampering was a serious offense, as they were known for their integrity. The referees were trained by the World Monarch, currently Cynthia, to uphold fairness. They were elite, hand-picked scouts, with the strength of an Elite Four member, completely loyal to the Pokémon League, and only dealt in facts. They had zero tolerance for cheating, and no referee in the last 500 years had ever been successfully bribed. Becoming a referee was the highest honor, second only to the World Monarch. They took their job seriously and were known for their fairness. To challenge a referee's judgment was to challenge their very existence. Tierno felt the weight of the crowd's cold, relentless gaze upon him. "No sir, I just think," Tierno stammered. The referee continued, "Challenger Tierno, I advise you to stop talking and let my verdict stand. Will you continue to undermine my judgment, further implicating yourself?" "Yes sir," Tierno replied. The referee then addressed Diantha, "Champion Diantha of Kalos, will you do the same?" "Yeah. If I'm not careful, I could lose my spot as champion or even have my license revoked," Diantha admitted. "Excellent. The punishment is as follows: Trainer Tierno's trainer license will be revoked for the next 2 years. He can never participate in the Kalos League again, and his Pokémon will be confiscated until he can demonstrate he is responsible enough to have them back after 2 years. If he is caught catching or training Pokémon during that time, his license will be permanently revoked, and he will face a $1 million fine. Does anyone have any objections to this judgment?" Silence fell over the arena, and the tension was palpable. Aegislash floated behind the referee, looking imposing. The referee's Pokémon stood behind him, a shiny Dragonite. Tierno looked down, tears threatening to fall. The referee announced, "Due to Trainer Tierno losing the battle, the winner of the Kalos League is Ash from Postwick, specializing in dark and ghost types. Congratulations." The crowd erupted into cheers, some still booing, much to the shock of the new league winner. Just a couple of days ago, they had been booing him, now they were cheering his name. It seemed Kalos had grown attached to him. Tierno watched as the referee held up Ash's hand, Excalibur right behind him, both shining in the light of victory. He took out his phone and posted something before walking away. Ash noticed Tierno's calm demeanor, while Dinatha looked furious, her face flushed with anger. Piers watched from his television, grinning and clapping his hands, with Leon and Gloria jumping up and down beside him. Hop sulked in the corner, while a white-haired teenage boy stared at Ash with admiration. Ash's family watched from home, tears in their eyes. The referee continued, "The winner will receive a ticket to the Pokémon League, a trophy, and $20 million at the award ceremony tomorrow." He leaned in and whispered to Ash, "Say something." Ash replied, "Well, thanks to all those who helped me along the way." Excalibur nudged him playfully. "Mostly March. And for all those who doubted me and tried to ruin everything I held dear, I got 2 words for you: get lost." The crowd laughed at the playful banter. The referee said, "Trainer, please come tomorrow at the award ceremony." Ash responded, Yeah. Can I go now?" "Go celebrate with your friends, Dark Champion. On behalf of the entire Pokémon League, we apologize for the trouble you have gone through, including myself, and we hope you do not hold any grudges. We promise to be fairer in the future, and once again, we congratulate you on becoming a league winner." Time passed, and Bonnie exclaimed, "You really won." She tackled Ash to the ground, both laughing. His friends surrounded him, patting him on the back. They were all at their little campground, even Corina had arrived for the celebration. Callum helped Ash up, the moon shining down on them. Callum said, "It was the expected outcome." "Well done." Bonnie added, "One heck of a speech." Ash replied, "Thanks, Bon." Now, suddenly, 18 Pokeball erupted, tackling Ash. He laughed, getting squished by all the Pokemon. He created a portal under him, appearing next to Marnie, who hugged him. Ash said, "It was pretty anticlimactic, huh?" Marnie responded, "Because you used Excalibur." Callum remarked, "I quite agree, your Pokemon is very intimidating." Ash explained, "I couldn't show off her custom move because Tierno's Pokemon weren't strong enough." Marnie asked, "What was it?" Ash replied, "If she faces a Pokemon that is at an equal level of strength or beyond, she gets a tenfold boost in everything and can still use the 6. None of Tierno's Pokemon were equal, let alone stronger. It's also a good warning system." Bonnie exclaimed, "That's amazing." Trevor chimed in, "So cool. How does it work? How do you even get custom abilities? What are your other Pokemon's custom abilities?" Callum interrupted, "Stop talking." Marnie asked, "What are you going to do now?" Ash said, "After the ceremony, I'm going to visit my family and tell them who I really am." Bonnie exclaimed, "Wait, you haven't even written or called." Marnie added, "It's more of an in-person thing." Sawyer snorted, "Doesn't make it any less crazy." Ash froze his leg in place, Sawyer looking at the ice in confusion. Marnie, with Shauna's help, pulled Sawyer out. Ash's Pokemon started to spread out, most of them sleeping to make the next day go by quicker. Egg/Slash lay down, gazing at the moon, while Dartrix and Mystique sat beside her, looking somber. Dartrix asked, "Did you have fun beating Tierno?" Mystique replied, "Of course not. She's Excalibur, she sees it as her duty to fight for her MSTR. She doesn't have fun battling like the rest of us." Excalibur added, "Your sister is correct, but it certainly wasn't boring." Mystique remarked, "So loud." Robin, Dartrix's nickname, said, "So we're going to Alola next to meet some girl?" Aegislash proposed, "I would like to make a bet with you. She'll fall for both MSTR and Marnie." Mystique countered, "If she has taste, she'll only fall for MSTR." Robin insisted, "No, she'll fall for Mar." Ash called out, "Hey, I can hear you." Frostless appeared from the shadows, followed by Aqua, who stumbled a bit. Radiation rolled over from a nearby tree, but the shiny fox growled, scaring him away. Frostless said, "Dad, you know it's true." "I mean, you command me, the best ice type in the," Robin interrupted her playfully. Aqua added, "Putting that aside, it's okay, MSTR. We can talk about something else. We're league winners now after all." Ash declared, "When we started out, the goal was always to beat Leon, but I want to think bigger now. I want to be the Alola champion, battle Leon, and then become the world monarch." Radiation stammered, "Dad, that's a pretty big goal." Aqua encouraged, "We can do it. If I were to battle Cynthia's Garchomp, I'd lose." Mystique reassured, "You're underestimating yourself. You're the strongest in the group, followed by Harbinger, then Aegislash. You can probably beat Leon's Charizard." Frostless exclaimed, "Did you just give him a compliment?" Robin added, "Holy moly." Aegislash mused, "Perhaps she's growing." Mystique retorted, "Shut up. You're all annoying." Radiation said, "Sister, calm down." Rowlet chimed in, "And she's back." Ash watched his 6 Pokemon talking, laughing, and having fun. He looked at the moon, which brought him more comfort than the sun ever had. He thought the Kalos journey was finally over. But he was mistaken, for the next day would bring new challenges. Chapter 34, Team Flare's Ceremony. Ash woke up bright and early, completing his morning workout routine before teleporting to the stadium entrance. As he entered, he took in the sight of the empty seats and chose one to sit in, waiting for the darkness to be illuminated by the bright lights, a moment that always made him uneasy. "Whatcha thinking about?" a voice asked. Startled, Ash quickly pulled out a dagger infused with dark energy, only to realize it was Piers, who was smiling down at him. Ash let out a breath and sheathed the weapon. Piers sat down beside him, lighting a candy cigarette and offering one to Ash, who promptly froze it, causing Piers to laugh. "I was thinking about my journey," Ash admitted. Piers nodded. "Mar gave me a rundown on it all. A couple of girls fell for you, you got attacked a lot, new Pokemon, new people, and of course, my sister and brother-in-law became better." Great summary, Ash rolled his eyes. "Well, it'll start soon." "Got a speech prepared?" Piers asked. "Definitely not. You know, your sister hates when you swear. She swears worse than I do." "Touché. Besides, she isn't my real family." Oh, going to have some stepbro." Ash pulled out his dagger again. Alright, geez. They really have some explaining to do. I mean, how are they going to explain this?" Ash said, letting the dagger dissipate. "You're on your own, lil bro." "Back to Marnie," Piers replied, as Ash muttered under his breath. "Normally, I'd give you the whole, hurt her, I'll kill you speech, but frankly, you'd probably take me out before I could even breathe." "Definitely. Glad you know it. Well, at least you'll protect her. Make sure those Aura Guardians keep their distance." "Aura Guardians, how many are left?" Ash asked. "Very few, around 500, with only 3 being born each year. It becomes less and less thanks to normal trainers hunting them down for revenge. Most are in witness protection, guarded by gym leaders. The ones who were in the war were either executed or imprisoned for life." "Good. Less weaknesses for me to worry about. Hey, do you know someone who goes by the title Mute Trainer?" "A Mute Trainer?" "They'd have to be a power user to pull that off, or at least know freestyle. They'd need some good partners too. After the power user war, anomalies like mutes and those with disabilities became rarer as a sort of apology for the losses we faced. Arceus is one strange deity." "True. Guess they're in the multiverse somewhere. Probably doing as much crazy stuff as you." "You have a point. Being mute while a trainer is impressive. Father, or Yveltal, mentioned we're alike, and something about it makes sense." Marshadao appeared on the chair. 2. Piers left, and Piers didn't flinch, waving lazily. Mute Trainer, aka Ash Ketchum. Born in Pallet Town. Mute since BRTH. Able to use aura and psychic powers, mentor to Sabrina and Riley. Right now, he's your age, in Sinnoh catching his team. Eventually, he becomes the strongest in his universe. But you can easily beat him. In fact, you're the strongest among the multiverse champions." "Multiverse champions?" Ash asked. "A group of hand-picked power users whose goal is to stop Calamity. You'll learn more about that later. There's the Mute Trainer, you, an Ash called Silver Flash, a demon slayer named Red, and an Ash with power over elements. Your job is to find all 4 champions to stop Calamity." "Wow. Why am I a champion?" "For one, you're the strongest Ash in the multiverse, at least for now. New ones get made all the time, so who knows, you might become second place. 2, you were mentioned in a prophecy given to all legendaries. When the world begins to quake. When the fires rise. When land is made of lies. The 5 cannot be late. The 5 that sear with hate. 1, words not spoken freely. The other taught to be harsh. Though grown softly. 3rd as gentle as it knew. With raging winds that blew. 4th the name of its rage. Fire and blood known all its age. The final that pays his price. To always be his sacrifice. 5 born from the flames. 5 selected to choose the pains. 5 keys to choose the end. 5 to take the blame. Or 5 to end the game. To rise and strive. To fall and die. Calamity will come. Calamity may burn. Or the world be overturned. Holy cow. Wrath, what the? The only reason I'm telling you this is because your job is to find the others. Thanks to one of your power donors, you got the ability to hop multiverses. Although it'll take a bit before you reach that level. Right now, I'd say you're the third most powerful in our universe. But at your peak, you're the strongest in the multiverse. What? I don't even know my powers, nor what I am. Oh yeah, I just got clearance to tell you. You're a trainer ASH, make your way to the center, an announcer called. I'll kill him, Ash growled. Whatever the wisp is telling you can wait 20 minutes, Piers said. No, it can't. I need to find out. But Marshadao had already vanished into Ash's shadow. DMNIT Wrath, get back out here. Tell me right now. You think you can hide in my own shadow? I'll. Ash, please just get this over with. Team Yell is running the gym, Piers said, shuddering. The dark trainer sighed, feeling how close he was to answers yet so far away. He looked at his hand again before jumping off the stadium walls, phasing through the shields while going invisible. He landed and undid his invisibility. The referee remained unfazed, beckoning Ash to stand next to him. Ash complied, with Harbinger by his side, the dark type growling at the referee. Quiet, the referee said. Did he just tell me to be quiet? Harbinger growled. Listen to him. We grab the trophy and then Wrath will explain what he was talking about, Ash instructed. Fine, Harbinger replied. The crowd slowly began to grow larger until the entire stadium was filled. Ash sat on Harbinger's back, the dark type rolling her eyes. Just as the referee was about to start the ceremony, Firestorm erupted from her poke ball, prompting Harbinger to growl at her. Get back in the ball, kid, Harbinger warned. I've been on the team longer than you have. Firestorm retorted. Do you really want to have this debate? Absol chimed in. Even though Harbinger was one of the newer Pokemon, she had been given seniority due to her combat experience with other trainers. Along with that, she and Crooked were seen as the parents of the group, which granted them a higher standing. Even Excalibur treated them differently. No, not really, Firestorm conceded. Just let me watch. Firestorm exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Fine. But don't make a scene, Harbinger replied, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Firestorm quickly formed a cannon with her arms, aiming it at the sky. Harbinger sighed and playfully slapped her before she could fire. Firestorm scratched the back of her head, her armor shimmering blue. The referee cleared his throat. Trainer Ash, today you have become the winner of the Kalos League. Please say a few words. Ash rubbed the back of his head, the screens zooming in on his face. Firestorm had her arm around his neck, beaming at the camera, and Ash returned her grin. Well, I'll be completely honest here. This region. It has its challenges for dark trainers. The discrimination I've faced has been overwhelming. I mean, I'm only 15 years old. But I've also met some great people, some a bit eccentric, and of course, Callum, who's a mix of both. My Pokemon aren't too fond of this region either. Firestorm chimed in, this region can be tough. Harbinger shot a small flame in her direction, prompting a laugh. They can't understand you, kid, Ash said, shaking his head. But I'm glad to see some of you are okay with me now. With that in mind, I'm grateful. Suddenly, a loudspeaker interrupted, we hate to interrupt. Oh, for Arceus' sake, Harbinger muttered. Entertainment. Firestorm shouted, her enthusiasm unwavering. I owe Frost some unknown time, she predicted something like this would happen, Ash said. Sounds like her, Firestorm agreed. Harbinger added, "Your sister is very wise and special." Out of nowhere, a blimp descended, and people in strange orange outfits jumped off, surrounding Ash with their Pokémon. An orange barrier encased the battle arena, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Diantha was nowhere to be seen as the blimp landed. A man, flanked by 5 others, 4 wearing visors and 1 with goggles, stepped forward. The last one wore a blue scarf. Firestorm burst out laughing, and even the referee couldn't suppress a chuckle. "Ash, we are," one of the newcomers began. "Team Flare, I know. Here to capture me for some scheme. Your name is Alan, and your associates." "Well, I don't care to remember them," Ash interrupted. "Listen here, brat," one of the admins started. Alan interjected, "We met before. In fact, I'm the one who gave you the keystone. We were surprised when it turned black. Perhaps you could hand it over when you join us?" Ash tossed him the keystone, but when Alan touched it, a shock of black energy erupted, sending the stone flying back into Ash's hand. Ash grinned at Alan's frustrated expression. "I remember you. I've often wondered why you didn't just eliminate me. But we both know you can't now. I can't die anymore. You've grown arrogant. Everything can be killed." "You are no exception," Alan retorted. Ash's finger twitched, and Harbinger vanished into the shadows, reappearing behind the barrier before returning. Firestorm ignited her fists with a confident grin. "Well, I invite you, third in command of Team Flare, to try your luck and see how far you get." Alan and his team surrounded Ash, their expressions a mix of confidence and unease. Alan stood before Ash, calm and calculating, his eyes betraying a cold fury. Ash, Firestorm, and Harbinger formed a united front, grinning at their opponents. Ash flipped his dagger in the air, catching it as the grunts shifted nervously. "Alan, before we begin, I need to know, if I defeat all of you here, how much will Team Flare weaken? You may have taken out a few grunts, but no normal 15-year-old, Alan started, but one of his subordinates suddenly collapsed. Alan looked down to see the grim reality of the situation. In Ash's eyes, a fierce purple fire burned, revealing nothing but determination. Firestorm's eyes mirrored that intensity, glowing a bright orange, while Harbinger began to shift form. The grunt stepped back as Harbinger Mega evolved. Ash's hand glowed darkly, his own transformation into a powerful form evident. The red moon shone above them, echoing a single word in his mind, death. Alan understood his mission, but the fear was undeniable. He had to stall until help arrived. "Seems I was wrong," he admitted. "As usual," Ash replied. "Before I take you all down. Do you not care? The world will know your powers. If I die, we will expose everything about you," Alan warned. "Oh, really? That makes this so much easier. I won't even need to create an illusion." Ash replied, twirling his dagger. "What? But everyone will know what you are. How are you? In this region of love, I've learned a few things. First, safety is an illusion. And second," Ash vanished, his laughter echoing as Alan felt the weight of Ash's presence grow. "If I have enemies, all I have to do is eliminate them." In an instant, Alan and his subordinates were on the ground, immobilized by pure darkness. Ash crouched in front of Alan, a smirk on his face. As the chapter came to a close, the day a 15-year-old boy defeated 3 powerful foes became legendary. The news spread rapidly, with Ash's actions sparking intense discussions. Despite his claims of being a decent person, the reality was more complex. Cynthia quickly organized a conference to address the situation, minimizing speculation. The Pokémon League was flooded with inquiries, but they had little information to share. Ash agreed to speak publicly, thanks to peer support. The following day, Ash and Cynthia appeared on the Pokémon League network, drawing the attention of the entire world. Ash sat confidently in a chair, legs crossed, his dagger floating beside him. Cynthia, ever the professional, leaned forward in her seat, ready to address the audience. The other champions, besides Leon, were watching from outside the camera, with Scott doing the same. Cynthia began, "Ash, before we start, we need to clarify something for the viewers." "I disagree," Ash replied firmly. Cynthia sighed, "Ash. Ash, look, I respect you, but I think revealing this is for the best. Then they'll know to back off." Cynthia hesitated, "Please, we don't want. We either do it my way, or no way," Ash insisted. With a resigned sigh, Cynthia said, "Fine. Start the broadcast." Scott announced, "Going live in 3, 2, 1, now." Cynthia greeted the audience, "Welcome, viewers. Today, we're going to talk about the power user known as Ash Ketchum. Ash, thank you for joining us on such short notice. We'll discuss your takedown of Team Flare, your encounters with the legendaries, and of course, your powers." "Glad to be here, Cynthia. What are we starting with?" Ash asked. Cynthia inquired, "First, who were those terrorists?" "They call themselves Team Flare. Just a group that keeps trying to kidnap me for their plans. The one in the blue scarf, Alan, even tried to recruit me," Ash explained. "I took the stone he offered but declined their outfit." Cynthia pressed on, "Are we to assume you've dealt with some of them?" "Sure. I recently discovered my powers, and I defended myself against anyone who tried to harm me," Ash stated. Cynthia continued, "In the video, it seems you have a history with the other legendaries." "Oh yeah, the deer and lion have tried to attack me before. I managed to defeat the lion during our second encounter. The deer was a challenge before I realized my powers, but I survived thanks to Yveltal helping me out a few times," Ash recounted. Cynthia asked, "What can you do with your powers?" "Pretty much anything, and every night I discover something new. Just last night, I learned how to amplify negative emotions," Ash replied. Cynthia probed further, "Do you know what type of power user you are?" "Nope. I'm not an aura user or a psychic, so I'm still figuring it out," Ash admitted. Cynthia then asked, "Do you truly own a legendary?" "You mean Wrath?" "Yeah, Marshadao decided to travel with me. He's in my pokeball, but since he's a powerful being, he can break out anytime," Ash explained. Cynthia noted, "Many viewers think you might be unsafe around." "I only deal with my enemies," Ash interrupted. Cynthia cautioned, "As the world champion, the law will come down on you if you harm someone without just cause." "Sure, any other questions?" Ash replied. Cynthia asked, "What will you do now?" "I have plans in Alola. Meeting someone, learning, maybe getting a ZRing. Just living my life," Ash said. Cynthia thanked him for his time, then announced, "The audience can ask 3 questions. We'll be back in 5 minutes." Scott cut the camera, exhaling. Cynthia gave Ash a look, and he responded with a thumbs up to Bonnie, who mirrored the gesture. Callum rolled his eyes. Ash asked, "Hey, are you two coming to Alola with me and Mar?" Bonnie replied, "I changed my mind. I think I'm going to take another shot at the league and hope no troublesome trainers like you and Marnie are there." Callum added, "Neither will I. I plan to study with Sycamore to become the new region professor." Ash declared, "Marnie and I are back as a duo." Bonnie teased, "Oh, shut up. You'll probably find some girl." "I can't argue with that," Ash admitted. Callum remarked, "The world has so many questions, considering you answered so little." "The world can ask, and I'll ignore," Ash replied confidently. Bonnie mentioned, "Gloria is dropping off Marnie later, so you can do it then." "Thanks, Bon," Ash said. Callum asked, "Can I ask?" Bonnie quickly replied, "Nope." Scott announced, "And we're live in 3, 2, 1. Cynthia welcomed everyone back. 5 minutes ago, we asked the audience to submit questions, and the first one is, will you ever try to take over the world? I could, but honestly, it sounds boring and time-consuming. I have so many better things to do, Ash answered. Cynthia praised, an excellent response. The second question is, how powerful are your Pokémon? You saw my Greninja defeat Yveltal. Overall, my team is stronger than Diantha's but weaker than Gold's, though there's a significant gap in strength. I can almost beat him, Ash explained. Cynthia, Bonnie, and Callum chimed in, liar. Gold would win. Cynthia asked the final question, what's your goal? That's easy. Beat Leon, become the Galar champion, and then become the world monarch, replacing the woman next to me, Ash said, causing Cynthia's Pokeball to rattle. Seems her Garchomp is up for the challenge. Cynthia concluded, thank you for your comments, and that's all for today. As the broadcast ended, Ash walked over to Bonnie. Excited? She asked. Nervous. Very nervous, Ash admitted. Even better, lover boy, Bonnie teased. Time passed, and Marnie asked, why are we here, Ash? Marnie and Ash were floating in the sky, just below the clouds, standing on a dark disk under the moon. Ash grinned at her, while Marnie tried to keep her hair from blowing into her face. Gloria had dropped her off at the airport with no context except to look nice. Marnie wore the dress she had at the dance, and Ash had transported them into the air without warning, though Marnie didn't mind. This is where we entered Kalos together, remember? Ash said. Yes, I remember, but you still haven't answered my question, Marnie replied. We had that deal, remember? Whoever wins, Ash began. Yes. I remember. So, what are you asking? Marnie pressed. I think you already know, Ash said. I doubt it, Marnie responded. Fine, then I'll say it, Ash said, creating a bouquet of black and purple flowers and handing it to her. Marnie took the bouquet, noticing the calm purple glow in Ash's eyes. Will you be my girlfriend, Mar? Ash asked. Marnie was taken aback but regained her balance on the disc, a flower landing in her hair. Looking into Ash's eyes, she felt a warmth. Yes, she finally replied. Yes. Ash asked, surprised. Yes, Marnie confirmed. The disc beneath them vanished, but Marnie looked at Ash with affection. Ash controlled the darkness around them, creating dark parachutes to slow their descent, landing them safely on another disc. Really? Ash exclaimed. Really, Marnie affirmed. Ash smiled brightly as he embraced Marnie, who returned the hug. He surprised her with a kiss, and they both blushed as they slowly separated after landing on the ground. Pay up, came a voice from behind Ash. Marnie turned to see Bonnie, Serena, Callum, and Gloria all grinning at them. Feeling shy, she hid behind Ash, who laughed and waved at Bonnie, who was holding a camera. I can't believe she won that bet, Serena said, shaking her head. I can, Callum replied. DMN right you can, Bonnie chimed in. On another note, congratulations to you too. You can finally tell other girls to back off. Serena added. Congrats, Ash, Callum said. Callum, you can be quite a wallflower, huh? Bonnie teased. Yes, I am, but Ash has still done marvelous, Callum replied. Well done, Marnie. Keep him close, Gloria encouraged. Too will, Marnie stammered. Callum then announced, on that note, I have to go. Sycamore needs me for mega testing tomorrow, so I have to be there bright and early. I have to meet up with Arya in the morning, and I need my beauty sleep. Serena said, reluctantly handing Bonnie the money from their bet as she and Callum prepared to leave. Bonnie ran over to Ash and Marnie, while Gloria waved goodbye before teleporting away, offering her congratulations once more and winking at Marnie. Should we tell Piers? Ash asked. Oh, Arceus. Do we have to? Marnie replied, clearly apprehensive. Yes, Mar, Ash said, rolling his eyes. Fine, but you're the one to do it. The uncle jokes. Will not stop even if I tell him, Ash interrupted. I know, Marnie sighed. You'll make him an uncle soon enough. Probably married when you're 18, Bonnie joked. In a flash, Ash, Marnie, and Bonnie teleported to Marnie's home, where Piers welcomed them inside. Ash's family was gathered around, enjoying a game of blackjack. Bonnie eagerly joined in, while Ash's sister didn't bat an eye at her presence. Hey, Lil Bro's wife, Sonia greeted, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Hey, Sonia, Ash replied. Sonia, the future professor of the Galar region, was Ash's older sister, studying under their grandmother, Magnolia. At around 20 years old, she was close in age to Leon, while Ash's parents were in their 50s. They shared a tight bond, often joking and defending one another, though they rarely spoke of each other. Why are you here, brother-in-law? Piers asked. Me and Marnie are dating, Ash announced. Everyone froze for a moment. Then Sonia approached Marnie, searching her eyes, while Piers did the same with Ash. Ash's parents resumed their game, with Bonnie eyeing the pot. Finally, Piers and Sonia said in unison. You know, your younger siblings have more dating experience than you now, Leon teased. You can't be talking either, single Pringle, Sonia shot back. Exactly. For a champ, you're sure one lonely guy, Piers added. Marnie whispered to Ash, your parents don't seem to care much. We already knew, hun, Ash's mom replied. We're parents, Ash's dad added. One last thing, Ash said, turning serious. He placed a black card on the table, causing his parents to flinch. The others watched intently as Ash's parents exchanged looks, appearing older than moments before. Talk, Sonia prompted. Lil Bro, speak with more confidence, Sonia encouraged. It's fine, Sonia. We knew it'd happen eventually, it's about time we told him, Ash's dad said. Ash, you're not our son, his mom stated. Yeah, no kidding, Ash replied, earning a smack from Marnie. What? He asked, confused. Calm down, she said firmly. Yes, ma'am, he replied. We used to be Team Rocket admins, his dad revealed. The room fell silent again. Team Rocket had been a notorious organization, nearly wiped out by Cynthia. We were on the brink of collapse thanks to Cynthia. In a last-ditch effort, Giovanni created Mutuo, and you know this story. But they made more than Mutuo. They made you, 009, and they made something to keep you in check, 010, although she wasn't fully completed when we fell, so she is weaker than you. When Mutuo broke free, he took you, and someone took that's all we know about her, his mom explained. Mutuo kidnapped you, raising you for your first 3 years of life. Then Mew took you again, giving you to us. Mew threatened us, saying she'd harm us unless we raised you. We agreed. Sonia won't remember, since Mew wiped it from her memory. So, you never liked me, nor cared for me? Ash asked, feeling hurt. The first year, we struggled with it. But we found we grew to love you quite quickly, especially thanks to our daughter being obsessed with you, his dad admitted. How did they make me? Ash inquired. Using the cells, blood, and powers of deities. Mew, Mutuo, and others. They took their blood and repeated the process, while Cynthia's was taken in her sleep. But the legendaries helped Mutuo break free, his dad explained. 010's blood comes from various legendary Pokémon. We're not completely sure, but you may have gained the essence of Arceus thanks to Mew, his mom added. Congratulations, kid. You're a god, his dad concluded. Sonia hugged Ash tightly, and he returned the embrace, both of them silent for a moment. Ash's mind raced with thoughts. He had threatened his real mother and captured one of his blood donors. You're still my brother, Sonia reassured him. I know, Ash replied. Do you? Because you were overthinking again, she said gently. Sonia and Ash had faced similar situations before. He had acted in self-defense at a young age, and Sonia had comforted him then, just as she was now. "Sorry," Ash murmured. "You may be a god, but you're still my little brother," Sonia said, squeezing him tighter. "Thanks. So, I'm Cynthia's son, I have the blood of gods, and perhaps Arceus?" "That's kind of what I figured," Ash said, still processing the information. "I mean, we did figure out that you weren't fully human, and that Yveltal was your blood donor," Marnie pointed out. "Why are you so freaked out, Ash?" "It's not my power, but think about it. We knew you had god blood, we knew you were an experiment, and we knew some organization built you," Bonnie added, trying to lighten the mood. "All they did was confirm what they already knew and made it more specific." Leon acknowledged the point, and Ash agreed, telling Sonia she could stop hugging him. Sonia playfully responded that she might not want to. Ash then momentarily phased through her, appearing ghost-like, which made Sonia laugh. She returned to her cards, frowning at them, while Ash sat down in a chair, with Marnie looking at him with concern. Ash reassured Marnie that he was fine and confirmed that Bonnie was right, they had already known about the situation. Marnie started to mention 010. But Ash interrupted, revealing that he knew who she was and that Kukui had asked him to meet her during the league. He expressed his need for a breather and vanished, using shadow teleportation. Marnie was about to go after him, but Leon stopped her, prompting glares from Piers and Sonia. Leon quickly released her, shaking his head. On the roof, Ash stared at the sky and called out to Mew, who appeared on his head. Ash expressed his frustration, feeling overwhelmed and unsure about his purpose. Mew reminded him that even though he was more than human, he still had free will and could choose his path. Ash shared his longing for safety for those he cared about and mentioned that becoming world monarch was a step toward that goal. Mew advised him to stop dwelling on what-ifs and assured him that they would work together to achieve his goals. As they looked at the moon, 010 was hiding on the roof, excited to meet Ash, feeling a deep connection to him as her blood and spirit recognized their bond. Meanwhile, the leader of Team Flare and a former Team Rocket admin plotted how to capture Ash, eager to create chaos for their gain. As Ash covered the moon with his hand, he expressed his anticipation for his journey in Ahola, knowing it would be filled with significant events. He reflected on his first journey in the Pokemon world, filled with challenges, growth, and survival, and felt that the next one would be even better. It had been a week since the press conference, and Ash had been avoiding the champions, particularly his real mother, Cynthia, who had invited him to meetings. He was still grappling with his origins and the fact that he had captured two of his parents. While he had come to terms with not being related to Sonia, he struggled with the reality of his fake parents' past actions. Ash's home was overrun by reporters, and while Leon attended to his champion duties and Sonia returned to her internship, Ash found himself alone on the roof, watching his team train. Thanks to Mew and Marshadao, his Pokemon had evolved rapidly. Dark Knight jumped onto Ash's shoulder, while Loxix, now able to walk on two legs, grinned beside him. As they watched the moon rise, Ash mentioned it would be a busy night, with a new recruit ready for her first outing. Dark Knight confirmed that her mentor, Frost, would accompany her, while Aqua had turned down another Pokemon who wanted to join. Ash reflected on the past, missing the simpler view of the world he once had. Loxix inquired about his feelings, and Ash acknowledged that he needed to focus on the present. With a nod, Dark Knight leaped off Ash's shoulder and prepared to gather the team, ready for their next adventure. The newest recruit struggled to climb up the wall, breathing as she made her way into her trainer's hair. Ash remarked on her stamina, teasingly calling it atrocious. Neuro, the recruit, defended herself, asserting that as a royal, she was proud of her offensive abilities. Frost, another companion, acknowledged Ash's comment and asked if he had anything to add. Ash dismissed the notion, keeping his thoughts to himself. Curious about Jengar's absence, Neuro asked Ash why he couldn't join them. Ash explained that Aqua had said bringing Frost was already too much. Neuro suggested asking Excalibur, but Ash informed her that Excalibur was busy. Neuro pouted at the news, prompting Frost to ask if she was ready for their mission. Neuro confidently affirmed that she was prepared. As they set off, the 21st Pokémon of Ash's team crawled onto his head, and Frost vanished into the shadows. Neuro inquired about Ash's shadow, to which he simply replied that it felt free. Frost hinted that Neuro would understand later, as it had taken them time to grasp the concept. In a different scene, two girls were on a rooftop, gazing at the moon. One girl, Lily Ether, wore a white dress, her green eyes sparkling in the moonlight, while her friend Celine, dressed in a white skirt, had messy brown hair tied in a ponytail. They had been friends for years, and Celine was aware of Lily's situation. Celine recapped Lily's circumstances, mentioning the mysterious Ash Ketchum who was coming to meet her. Lily expressed uncertainty about his intentions, while Celine jokingly offered to keep Ash busy if necessary. Lily shared her concerns about Ash's strength, recalling how terrified her mother had been upon seeing him. Celine expressed her determination to help Lily when Ash arrived, and Lily thanked her for being a supportive friend. They discussed Ash's power and the potential challenges they might face. Lily mentioned a mysterious connection she felt with Ash, leaving Celine intrigued about what the future held for them. As the girls continued to watch the sky, they were unaware of the presence of the Tapus, who were observing their conversation with concern. The atmosphere felt charged, as if the darkness around them was amused by their words. In another scene, Marnie was back in her old dojo, training with Mustard. She faced off against Mustard's Lucario, determined to improve her skills. The training session was intense, with Marnie blocking and countering Lucario's attacks. She focused on her movements, waiting for the right moment to strike. As the training continued, Marnie showcased her agility and determination, using her surroundings to her advantage. Mustard called time, but Marnie remained alert, knowing that the fight wasn't over until she was given a clear signal. After the session, Mustard praised her for her efforts, acknowledging her growth as a trainer. "You've certainly grown from that naive little kid," Mustard remarked, a hint of pride in his voice. "Thank you," Marnie replied, her expression earnest. "It is a shame you weren't born with aura," Mustard continued, noticing Marnie's slight flinch. "Though, or you'd be unstoppable." "MSTR," Marnie began, but Mustard interrupted. "Looks like she's grown mature too. In the past, she'd have attacked me at the mere mention of aura. So, is Ash on the way yet? He should be here any second. His newest Pokémon hasn't met me yet, and the others have apparently been arguing over who could come here." Mustard chuckled. "Back in my day." "Don't, MSTR. Back in your day was 60 years ago," Marnie teased, and Mustard pouted in response. "Touching," a voice interjected. Mustard reacted instantly, swinging his fist, but the figure caught it effortlessly, grinning. Ash stepped from the shadows, a Pokémon perched in his hair. He quickly hugged Marnie, while Mustard stared at his fist in disbelief. "Huh. That's new. You couldn't do that before," Mustard noted. "Well, I couldn't walk out of shadows before," Ash replied with a grin. "Touché," Mustard conceded. "Plus, it doesn't help that you're, well, not exactly at your best." "You're old," Marnie chimed in. "I am not old. I can still beat you, disciple," Mustard protested. "For now," Marnie shot back playfully. Ash lifted his newest Pokémon off his head, the creature glaring at Mustard and Marnie. It crawled onto his shoulder, and Mustard looked surprised to see a shiny Pokémon before him, rarer than usual. "Neurotoxin, meet my girlfriend, Marnie. The old guy is her MSTR, Mustard," Ash introduced. "HMP, look at my beauty and," Neurotoxin began. "They can't understand you," Ash interrupted. "She's not a ghost or dark type," Marnie added. "I'm expanding my lineup. Plus, radiation picked her up while we were scouting Ahola, being harassed by a couple of scientists. What about you? Any new finds?" "Well." Marnie hesitated, glancing at Mustard. "Show him." Mustard encouraged. Marnie playfully punched his stomach. I know. She took out a pokeball and opened it, revealing a unique Pokémon. Ash observed the creature, then looked at Marnie, who was watching the Pokémon with a mix of fear and awe. What? Ash asked, sensing the tension. The pieces were falling into place. The Dark King, his Dark Queen, 2 young knights brimming with potential, and enough pawns on both sides to make it anyone's game. The opposing side featured an orange-haired king and his blonde queen, whose prideful smirk was always present. Pokémon were ready. Ash's newest member had been training alongside her comrades, her shiny skin glistening in the moonlight. Another shiny Pokémon, trapped in a home, prayed for a savior, unaware her wish was about to be granted. A tiny imp was suffering in another dimension, frightened of himself and the bottle that held him captive. A tiny shiny dragon explored his island, yearning to fly. A tiny space wisp slept on an altar, oblivious to the fate that awaited her when she met her child. Finally, a Pokémon trapped in an egg waited to be hatched. All 6 Pokémon were anticipating their dark champion, who would soon arrive. The game for Ahola had begun. Kukui paced anxiously on the beach of Mele Island, his wife Burnett watching him with concern. He was waiting for a VIP to arrive, and he wasn't the only one. Inside the house, Luzman, Lily, and Celine were also awaiting the arrival of the Dark Trainer. Luzman was filled with nervousness and fear. She needed to meet him to confirm his powers with her own eyes. Terrified of Ash because of their shared past, she wanted him to be as weak as possible. Celine hoped Ash was as powerful as he claimed, believing he could eliminate Luzman. Although Celine possessed power too, Lily had forbidden her from taking action against their mother, fearing the consequences of confronting the Ether Foundation. Lily simply hoped Ash was a decent human being. Did he ever say how he was getting here? Burnett asked, her worry evident. I'm assuming by shadow travel, Kukui replied, pacing faster. Then that isn't him, Burnett pointed out, indicating a large object at sea, dark against the bright sunny day. As it drew closer, Kukui's heart raced. The figure was Yveltal. The pitch-black bird landed on the sands of Ahola, casting a chill over the area. On its back were 2 figures. One was a woman many considered the most appealing in Galar, with pitch-black hair and a ponytail and striking gray eyes that missed nothing. Her attire, a short black jacket over a pink dress, exuded both calm and danger. Kukui nervously grinned at her, and Marnie nodded back, scanning the surroundings. The man beside her resembled her but was different. He was toned, with smooth black hair that shone in the sunlight. His pale skin seemed unusual for someone who spent so much time outdoors. Dressed in a black jumpsuit, his eyes burned with intensity, radiating a heat that felt overwhelming. Next to him were 3 Pokémon, a Decidueye, a Hydreigon, and a shiny Salandit that Kukui didn't recognize. The girl had only 1 Pokémon out, a Togepi, which left Kukui in shock. She noticed his reaction, her gaze sending a shiver down his spine. As Yveltal flew away, Kukui and Burnett breathed a little easier, though not entirely. The man exuded such power that even the legendary seemed insignificant. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the 3 people in the house froze. They all felt it. One wrong move, one misjudgment, one hint of hostility, and they would face dire consequences. So, they remained still, breathing quietly, not uttering a word. Welcome to Ahola. Kukui finally managed to say. Hello, Kukui. It's been a while, Ash replied, shaking his hand. Kukui felt Ash probing his soul, and he did his best to guard it. Ash released his grip, smiling at him. Burnett greeted Marnie in a similar fashion, but Marnie merely nodded, choosing to observe her surroundings. Ash's Pokémon stood behind him, looking imposing. His starter had its arms crossed under its cloak, while Hydreigon floated to his right, with Neurotoxin perched on the dragon's shoulder. It seems the Tapus have come to greet me, Ash noted. What? Kukui stammered. I can always sense a Pokemon's aura, champion. But if you want to play dumb, that's fine too. Show me 010. Kukui led Ash and Burnett to his home, feeling a weight of unease. Burnett followed, seemingly unaffected by the tension. Just as Kukui reached for the door, a shadowy presence halted him, prompting Ash to speak. Ash, are you aware your wife is PRGNT? He asked, causing Kukui and Burnett to freeze in surprise. Burnett stammered, what? Kukui looked at her, bewildered. Honey. Ash shrugged. You two can discuss it on your own. Burnett, confused, asked, how? Souls, Ash replied, opening the door. Inside, Marnie quietly congratulated them, but the atmosphere was thick with an unsettling energy. Amidst this, Celine stepped forward. So, you're Ash, she said, her voice steady despite the pressure surrounding them. Ash nodded, dispelling some of the tension. I am. What do you want with my friend? Celine asked. That's not your concern, psychic. What's your name? I'm Celine, 16 years old. Marnie snorted at the exchange. What's so funny, Normie? Feeling the pressure again, Celine quickly apologized, recognizing Marnie's importance. Marnie sighed at the situation, her gaze fixed on Celine. You're older than him, Marnie remarked, prompting a grin from Celine. Not important, March. Introduce yourself, everyone, Ash instructed. 3ml Luzamin. Ether, Luzamin stuttered. Ash assessed her. Most likely an ex-Team Rocket admin if she's this scared of me. It's interesting to meet someone of such important status. Luzamin's mind raced. If I can bring him over to my side, that he does seem pretty naive. Thank you, young man. I'm sure your company is flying higher than a rocket right now, Ash interrupted, noting her reaction. Luzamin trembled. He's dangerous. I was wrong, they didn't create a proud Tauros, they made a Luxray, clever, strong, fast. A predator. I am, Lily began. Quiet, girl. Her name is, Luzamin started. I asked her to introduce herself, not you, Ash said, causing Luzamin to flinch. I am Lily either, Lily stammered, visibly uncomfortable. Ash observed her closely. She's being mistreated. I can deal with Luzamin later. That voiced that this is my counterpart. Everyone out. Except you, Lily. The others quickly exited, leaving Lily staring at the floor. Ash positioned himself in front of her, while his Pokémon explored the cabin. Lily felt anxious. So, you're my counterpart, Ash said. Pardon? Lily replied, confused. Seems your powers aren't active yet. Mine unlocked thanks to divine intervention and conflict. Let's see if I really am a god. He tapped Lily's forehead, and a bright light erupted from her, filling the room. When Ash withdrew his finger, the power intensified, even affecting him without harm. Seems I am. No surprise there, Ash remarked. That was so cool. BD exclaimed, though he quickly coughed to regain composure. I mean whatever. Not very regal, Neuro commented. Ash continued, fascinating. Your power. Yes, I like this. You have the power of light, likely more. What? How? Lily asked, bewildered. Poor girl. Time to be blunt. You're not entirely human. You possess divine power, just like me, Ash explained, detailing their origins and abilities. Lily trembled, on the verge of tears. Ash crouched to meet her gaze. Gods will target you before you grow too strong. I'll protect you and help you develop. No arguments. First, find Pokémon. Your powers enhance them, so choose what you want. Second, we'll discover your abilities and improve them. And third, that's up to you. What? Lily replied, still processing. Think of me as your mentor. I know you have questions, and so do I. Tonight, I'll inform your mother, Ash said, his eyes flashing with intensity. What is happening? What should I do? Do I trust this guy who just helped me unlock power, or my? Lily hesitated. Okay. I'll be in your care. Indeed you will. Let's get to know each other. Robin, Reaper, BD, find a base camp, Ash instructed. Reaper emerged from Lily's shadow, causing her to yelp. He bowed to her and then to Ash. Toxin and Robin giggled. Consider it done, Reaper said. Did that Duskmore just talk? Lily exclaimed. Holy cow, did she just understand him? Robin added. Can she finally hear how amazing I am? Neuro asked. I can understand Pokemon. Lily realized. It's not that big of a deal. This is so cool. BD chimed in. Lady, when you get stronger, we have to battle. Robin declared. Humph. No one's as cool as me or my MSTR, Toxin said. Such a pain. I'm going on a trip with Robin. He's so cool, I hope I get to see him fight. BD exclaimed. I request to stay here, MSTR. I would like to protect the champion and his family, Reaper stated. Done, Ash replied. Lame. Ah, Reaper is so sweet. I hope I can protect as well as he can in the future, BD said before vanishing into the shadows with Robin's help. Lily turned to Ash. WWE can understand Pokemon. We can. Follow me, Ash replied. If that I don't. Lily hesitated. Then that's fine. I'll leave, and you'll never see me again. If you follow, your life will change. If you don't, nothing will improve, Ash explained. The end of your world is the beginning of mine, Lily thought, recalling words she wished to say to her mother. All you have to do is take my hand. But be warned, if you take it, you're part of my family. When family is involved, judgment gets cloudy, and deals can get broken. But something tells me you'd love that. Ash extended his hand, revealing the weight of his presence. Lily felt a mix of fear and determination. Anything was better than her current situation. She grasped his hand, feeling a coldness that was oddly comforting. In that moment, everything changed. A brilliant flash of light and darkness filled the cabin, transforming into appealing silver orbs before disappearing. Remember, disciple. We're here for a good time, not a long time, Ash said. I don't have any plans. To die, Lily replied. Me neither. Me neither, Ash affirmed as they teleported away, landing on the beach where he first arrived. They walked along the coastline. Ash proposed a game of questions, where he would ask a question, and Lily would answer truthfully before it was her turn. He started with a serious inquiry about her situation, confirming that she was indeed facing difficulties at home. Lily hesitated but acknowledged the truth of his question. When it was her turn, she asked Ash how he discovered his powers. He explained that he first sensed his abilities when he met his father, Ividel, and later realized their extent during an encounter with Marshadao. He then inquired about her relationship with a psychic, to which Lily responded that the psychic had been caring for her since childhood. Lily's next question was a desperate plea for help regarding her mother, Luzamin, and Ash's response was chilling. He indicated that he had the power to eliminate threats but left her uncertain about what that meant for her. He assured her that she would learn how to defend herself, hinting at the darker aspects of their abilities and the differences between their natures. Just then, a Pokemon named Armage arrived, bringing 4 other Pokemon that looked worse for wear. Firestorm, another Pokemon, playfully admitted to having a hand in their condition. Lily's Slivian recognized her, surprised that she could understand them. Ash noted the significance of Lily's powers and stated he would visit her home that night to discuss her future with him. Lily felt overwhelmed but was grateful for Ash's support, acknowledging that he had likely faced worse challenges. Ash welcomed her to his world, which he assured her would be difficult. As he vanished into the shadows, Lily was left to process the encounter, surrounded by her Pokémon. Slivian remarked on the change in Lily's aura, suggesting that Ash was a powerful figure known as the Dark Enforcer, someone born with a purpose that could alter the world. Lily was intrigued yet apprehensive about Ash's nature, realizing that while he might be seen as evil, she was meant to be his opposite, embodying light and hope. Slivian cautioned Lily to be careful around Ash, emphasizing the importance of staying on his good side. Lily reflected on the complexities of morality, suggesting that sometimes a single act could define a villain or a hero. Slivian remained silent, contemplating the weight of their conversation and the truths they had yet to uncover. Chapter 38, Welcome to the House of Ether. Ash stood in front of the Ether House, contemplating whether he should bring a flower. Marnie, beside him, questioned his reasoning. Ash explained that Lily was going to be his disciple, but Marnie pressed him about his intentions regarding her mother. Ash acknowledged that Lily needed to learn to be strong, but he also had other motives related to Luzamen's connection to their creation. Marnie seemed skeptical, but Ash kept his reasons a secret. Deciding to make an ice flower, Ash presented it to Lily as she opened the door. She looked a bit panicked but welcomed them inside. Dressed in a dark blue dress with her hair curled and light makeup, Lily hesitated before accepting the flower and placing it in her hair. Ash confirmed he had made it, and she thanked him. Lily led them to the dining room, where Luzamen sat with two unfamiliar males. One of them, a blonde teenager in black clothing, seemed relieved to see Ash. The other, who appeared smug, was introduced as Faba, the head researcher at the Ether Foundation. Glad Ion, Lily's older brother, shook Ash's hand and expressed his gratitude for taking Lily away, asking Ash to keep her safe and happy. Luzamen, acknowledging Ash's intentions, confirmed that Lily would go with him. Faba, dismissing Ash's background, tried to assert his psychic abilities, but Ash challenged him, leading Luzamen to intervene. Ash then used his powers to search the house for something Glad Ion wanted him to find. In the depths of the house, Greninja discovered a vault guarded by two Pokémon. After a brief confrontation, Greninja managed to freeze the attackers and accessed the vault. Inside, he found a small, frightened shiny Ralts. Greninja reassured her, promising not to hurt her, and gently picked her up. As Aqua, Greninja's partner, transported Ralts outside, she experienced the night sky for the first time. Aqua explained the beauty of the stars and the moon, and Ralts expressed her gratitude. She asked if she could join Aqua, who happily agreed but first wanted her to meet his MSTR. Aqua described his MSTR as a kind entity, unlike any human. Ralts was eager to meet him, and Aqua carefully placed her on his shoulder. As they moved through the shadows, Ralts was filled with joy, marveling at the colors and sensations around her. It felt so cold, yet warm at the same time. In the shadows, Pokémon always had different perspectives. For Aqua, it felt like a stream of water, always flowing. For Ralts, it was space and time, flowing fast and beautifully. But darkness always had the same feeling for every Pokémon and human. Flow. Darkness flows, no matter what. It flows like time, space, water, or fire, it does not matter. Flowing is what darkness does. Greninja appeared once again, right behind Ash, who was busy listening to everyone. Luzamen and Faba were talking, while Lily and Marnie were engaged in conversation, though Marnie was mostly talking while Lily listened. Glad Ion, like Ash, was moping and picking at his food. Aqua spoke, addressing Lily, who startled at the sound. MSTR, she said. Lily stammered an apology for being startled. Luzamen, surprised, exclaimed, "You understand that Pokémon? I thought I had snuffed out her powers." "Don't tell me that, brat." Ash gave her a sly smile, causing her to realize something. "Wait, doesn't he have Mew's DNA, so psychic abilities? Oh no." Lily confirmed, "Yis." Luzamen continued, "Wait, that's my Ralts." "Ash, is that my What were you saying? Ash interrupted. Nothing. That. I'll deal with it later. Luzman replied, her frustration evident. Ash decided to leave, telling Marnie, I'll be back. Marnie responded, no, we're done here anyway. Lily offered to walk Ash out, but Marnie insisted she come with them. Luzman protested, but Ash stood firm, saying, yes she is. I said she'll be on this journey with me, and I will stand by that. Lily, grab your things. Lily nodded quickly and ran upstairs, returning in less than 5 minutes with a backpack containing only a few pieces of clothing and her pokeball. Let's go, Ash urged. Luzman and Faba felt a chill as their shadows seemed to move ominously. Gladion quickly left, giving Ash a look of trust. Lily followed, the two siblings hugging tightly. Gladion expressed his longing to be far away from their mother, saying he was headed to Kanto to help Lance with regional forms. I'm sorry I was such a bad big brother all these years, he admitted. You are, a great big brother. You took care of me and kept me safe. Take all the time you need, Lily reassured him. Gladion turned to Ash, pleading, please, keep her safe. Ash responded, I promise to protect her. Gladion hugged his sister one last time before running off. Lily knew her brother was timid around their mother, but he always came when she needed him. She loved him dearly, and he felt the same for her. Gladion left, knowing he wouldn't last until morning if he stayed. Ash gathered everyone and vanished. Luzman watched before sending Faba away, then sat on her couch, taking a deep breath. Time passed, and Ash transported Marnie and Lily to the base, where Greninja, Ralts, and he stood on the beach. Aqua gently placed Ralts on the ground, and the psychic type walked toward Ash. She could feel his immense darkness, cold, powerful, yet loving and appealing. Ralts stumbled in the sand, but a dark tendril caught her, placing her in front of Ash. Hello little one. My name is Ash, he greeted her. Ralts stammered, Darkness is Prairie, Ttyy. Thank you very much. You're pretty as well, Ash replied, causing Ralts to shyly look away, prompting Aqua to laugh softly. Nnnkkyy, oh Ralts managed. So, can you tell me what you'd like to talk about? Ash asked. I don't want to go with Aqua. Ralts declared, marking her first real sentence. I see, Ash said, placing a luxury ball in front of her. Ralts looked at Aqua, who nodded encouragingly. She tapped the ball and became one of Ash's Pokémon, joining the family. Welcome to the family, Lady Hela. I promise we'll keep you safe, Ash said. Aqua smiled as the Pokeball opened, revealing the shiny Ralts. She walked over to Aqua, clinging to his leg tightly, and Aqua lifted her onto his shoulder, where Ralts hugged his head. Thank you, Aqua, she said. We'll take care of you, Ash assured her. Ralts looked at Ash, sensing his aura and power, feeling a sense of protection. The chapter concluded, leaving readers eager for what would come next. Aegislash, known as Excalibur, is a female royal sword Pokémon with the ability Stance Change. She possesses a variety of moves, including Swords Dance, Fury Cutter, and Sacred Sword. Although Excalibur is not the strongest among her peers, her custom move, Blade's Edge, allows her to gain a significant boost in stats when facing a stronger opponent. Decidueye, referred to as Robin Hood, is a male arrow quill Pokémon with the ability Long Reach. His moves include Leaf Blade, Spirit Shackle, and Bullet Seed. Robin has a unique custom move called Arsenal, which enables him to create various weapons to combat his foes, adapting to the situation for maximum damage. Zoroark, named Mystique, is a female illusion fox Pokémon with the ability Illusion. She can create powerful illusions that can deceive opponents and even inflict damage. Her custom move, Twisted Reality, allows her to craft illusions based on what she has witnessed. Gengar, known as Radiation, is a male shadow Pokémon with the ability Levitate. He has a wide range of moves, including Shadow Ball and Hypnosis. Radiation possesses a special ability called Alchemy, which allows him to manipulate various elements, although he cannot control living entities. Greninja, referred to as Aqua, is a male ninja Pokémon with the ability Protean. He can change his type based on the moves he uses. Aqua has several custom moves, including elemental weapons, which allows him to create elemental weapons of all types, and Chaotic Shadow, which amplifies his power using shadows. His special ability, Wrath of the Seas, enhances the power of water and dark-type moves during battles. Frostless, known as Killer Frost, is a female snow-land Pokémon with the ability Snow Cloak. She can turn invisible with her special move, Unseen Freeze, allowing her to deal double damage while hidden. Honchkrow, referred to as the Crooked One, is a female Big Boss Pokémon with the ability Super Luck. Her special move, Aerial Assault, involves dive-bombing opponents with a combination of flying and dark energy. Together, these Pokémon navigate their adventures, showcasing their unique abilities and forming bonds as they face challenges in their world. Flutter Mane, Fallen Angel. Flutter Mane, a Paradox Pokémon, possessed the ability Photosynthesis, allowing her to HRNSS the power of light. With a diverse array of moves, including Psybeam and Dazzling Gleam, she could manipulate her surroundings and control light, making her attacks particularly effective against dark and ghost types. Dusk Noir, Grim Reaper. Dusk Noir, known as the Gripper Pokémon, had the ability Frisk, which enabled her to sense her opponent's held items. Her moveset included Shadow Sneak and Hex, allowing her to strike swiftly and with precision. Armage, Firestorm. Armage, the Fire Warrior Pokémon, was equipped with the ability Weak Armor. She wielded powerful fire moves like Flamethrower and Overheat, and her special move, Flare, ignited her body in blue flames, amplifying her fire damage. Lokix, the Dark Knight. Lokix, a grasshopper Pokémon, had the ability Tinted Lenses, enhancing his vision in battle. His moves included Double Kick and Bug Buzz, making him a formidable opponent with a focus on speed and agility. Hydreigon, the Black Death. Hydreigon, a brutal Pokémon, possessed the ability Levitate, granting him immunity to ground-type moves. His extensive moveset included Dragon Pulse and Flamethrower, showcasing his versatility in battle. Crocodile, Killer Croc. Crocodile, the Intimidation Pokémon, had the ability Moxie, which boosted his attack power with each knockout. His moves included Crunch and Earthquake, making him a fearsome presence on the battlefield. Chandelure, Freeze Fire. Chandelure, a luring Pokémon, had the ability Infiltrator, allowing her to bypass barriers. Her unique moves included Hex and Overheat, and her special move, Sub-Zero, combined fire and ice in a captivating display. Urshifu, the Avenger. Urshifu, the Wushu Pokémon, had the ability Inner Focus, preventing her from flinching. Her moveset was diverse, featuring Close Combat and Drain Punch, and her special move, Black Flash, delivered a powerful strike. Toxtricity, Livewire. Toxtricity, the Punk Pokémon, was known for his amped form and the ability Punk Rock. His moves included Boom Burst and Nuzzle, and his special move, Amped, increased the power of his attacks based on the surrounding noise levels. Absol, Harbinger. Absol, the Disaster Pokémon, had the ability Super Luck, enhancing her critical hit ratio. Her moves included Night Slash and Hyper Beam, and her special move, Calamity, summoned a red moon that boosted the power of dark and ghost types on the field. These Pokémon, each with their unique abilities and moves, formed a diverse team ready to face any challenge that lay ahead. Dragapult, Ghostbuster. Dragapult, a stealth Pokémon with the ability Clear Body, was known for its impressive moveset, including Bite, Quick Attack, and Dragon Dance. Among its many abilities, it had a special move called Warhead, which allowed it to HRNSS all its moves, becoming an unstoppable force. Marshadao, the Gloom Dweller Pokémon, possessed the ability Technician. It was equipped with powerful moves like Fire Punch, shadow sneak, and close combat. Marshadao also had a unique move called Dark Phantom, which enhanced its defensive capabilities while sacrificing some offensive power. Mew, a new species Pokemon, had the ability Synchronize and Protean. It could utilize all known moves, but its custom move, Spectre, allowed it to become incorporeal, boosting its speed and offensive power while making it vulnerable to super effective attacks. Salandit, the toxic lizard Pokemon, was a female with the ability Corrosion. Its moves included Poison Gas, Flamethrower, and Toxic. Salandit's custom ability, Weather Control, granted it buffs based on the current weather conditions, making it a formidable opponent in various environments. Ralts, known as Lady Hela, was a female-feeling Pokemon with the ability Tinted Lens. This shiny Pokemon had a diverse move set, featuring Dazzling Gleam, Dream Eater, and Hypnosis. The reason behind their enhanced move sets was that Mew had taught them various techniques, making battles more entertaining and dynamic. Each Pokemon brought its unique strengths to the team, setting the stage for thrilling encounters ahead. Chapter 39, Meet Your Classmates. Lily woke up in Champion Kukui's home, sitting up quickly as her mind replayed the events of the previous night. She was ecstatic, her journey was finally starting, a journey to break free from her past. "Seems you're awake," a voice said. Lily's body glowed brightly, and Marnie dodged, noting the burn marks around the house. "I'm so sorry," Lily exclaimed. "It's fine. At least you didn't trap me in a bubble," Marnie replied. "What?" Lily asked, confused. "Nothing," Marnie said, sitting next to her with a strange Pokemon on her shoulder that resembled a Pikachu. "Is that Morpeko?" Lily inquired. "Indeed. He's shy, yeah, let's go with that," Marnie said as Morpeko jumped onto Lily's head, causing her to glow again before it scurried away. "How have you been?" "This is quite a lot," Marnie continued. "What was it like for Ash to figure out his powers on his own?" Lily asked. "Well, it was certainly entertaining. He was incredibly unstable. None of us knew what to do because we had no idea what he even was, so to speak. His powers kept getting stronger. Our journey was, in a word, chaotic. But your power journey should go smoother. Speaking of which, your training starts now." "But it's so early." "Please," Lily protested. "So? Normally we'd be training at night, but since you're now the light goddess, working in the sun will help." Lily remained rooted to her spot, not moving a muscle. Marnie's gray eyes seemed to pierce into her soul. Suddenly, Lily got up quickly and ran out the door, not wanting to meet Marnie's gaze again. "Thanks for the lesson, old man," Marnie muttered. As Lily stepped outside, the sun flashed in her eyes, making everything clearer. Her Pokemon were on the beach, running alongside the coastline, all breathing. A shiny single-strike Urshifu was watching over them, urging them to run faster. Ash was there too, accompanied by a small Pokemon Lily couldn't make out from a distance, with his shiny Greninja at his side. Lily jogged over, and Ash waved at her. The tiny Pokemon, now revealed to be a shiny Ralts, hid behind Aqua's leg. "Lily, this is Aqua, my fifth Pokemon," Ash introduced. "Hello," Aqua said, bowing. "Hi," Lily replied. "And the little one behind him is Lady Hela, my newest family member," Ash continued. Aqua picked up the little Ralts, who covered her face. Ash took her, and Hela buried herself in his chest. "It's okay, you don't have to say hi," Ash reassured her. "Thank you," Ralts whispered. "Hi, Hela," Lily said, noticing Hela retreating deeper into Ash's chest. Did I do something?" "No, she's just shy. Only really me and Aqua can be near her," Ash explained. "I can understand that," Lily said. "Your training for the day will start now, it should end before your school day begins." "I'll be with both you and Ralts personally," Ash stated. "Then I shall depart immediately," Mstr, Aqua said before walking into the ocean and vanishing from sight. Where is he? Lily began. Not your concern, Ash interrupted. Okay. What am I going to? We need to understand your powers. Before we do anything else, that's our first step. What do you know so far? Ash asked. They have to do with light. That's it, Lily replied. Not that, we know that. What is light to you? Ash pressed. What? Lily asked, puzzled. Ash sighed and began moving dark orbs around them. The powers we control are more than just light and dark. They are a part of us, ingrained into our soul. Our mind manifests them based on what we think of them. For example, I manifest darkness as infinite, freedom, destruction, and power. Those ideals define my powers. What is yours? When you think of light, what comes with it? Freedom. Happiness. Closure. Innocence. Lily understood what he meant. To her, light was more than just illumination, it was a trusted friend that helped her survive. Purity. I think of light as purity. What you do will come to the light, make it good, make it known. It saves people, keeps them pure, and helps those who are lost, Lily explained. That's your manifestation of your abilities. As you grow more comfortable with them and your powers grow stronger, you'll have more manifestations. As for you, little one, Ash said, glancing at Hela, your abilities will expand as you grow stronger, and you will work with Lily to do. So. Will my abilities be like yours? Lily asked. It's safe to assume that. You're already aware of your gods, so what they can do, you can do better. But not right now. You can't even control your main power, so don't try to use the others. Follow me, Ash instructed. He started jogging towards his shiny legendary, and Lily tried to keep up. Avenger saluted him. Ralts peeked out from Ash's chest for a moment, seeing the warm smile on the legendary's face before hiding again. Is this? Avenger began. Ash nodded. I see. What? Lily asked, confused. Ash, you're weak. Painfully weak. We're going to fix that. Avenger, for 3 hours a day, you're going to fight Lily. No Pokemon moves unless she uses her power. All out, Ash commanded. Lily took a step back as Avenger cracked her knuckles and got into a fighting stance. Panic surged through Lily as Ash stepped away. Here, Ash said, tossing Lily a sword and shield made of pure darkness. As she picked them up, the weapons transformed into light. Interesting, Ash noted. Avenger appeared right behind Lily. She felt an overwhelming presence. Just as the fist was about to hit the back of her head, one thought coursed through her mind, she could see memories flashing by, some good, most bad. I'm going to, Lily started. The fist stopped right in front of her eyes. Avenger relaxed, stretching her wrist before returning to her stance. Ralts squirmed in Ash's chest, sensing the intensity of the moment. Shoo, you're okay, you're okay. Note to self, no intense feelings around Hela, Ash murmured. He sat in front of Lily, his Pokemon crawling on his back, hiding behind him. Lily looked at Ash with an emotion neither of them could quite identify, anger, disappointment, perhaps sadness. Ash couldn't tell, and he didn't ask. What you just felt, that's the call of death. When beings are in a situation where they know they are going to die, their body memorizes that feeling. I've felt it, now you have too. In those moments, when our mind thinks we're going to die, we excel. That's when 100% of our power branches out, becomes free, Ash explained. How many times have you seen it? Lily asked, her voice trembling. More than twice. The Reaper state, Ash replied. That's what I call mine. Ash got up, with Ralts returning to his chest once more. Lily also stood, still trembling. Now that you've faced danger, you'll learn to fight it. Pick up your weapons, Lily. We have some work to do, Ash instructed. Lily picked up the blade and shield, trying to assume a defensive stance despite her shaking. Ash assessed her posture and nodded. Not great. Luckily for you, I have a Pokemon perfect for this, he said, snapping his fingers. A shiny Aegislash emerged from his shadow, bowing to Ash and Lily. Hela, who had been hiding, peeked out from Ash's chest, gazing at Aegislash in awe. Excalibur bowed, making Hela giggle before she hid again at the sight of Lily. Teach her. I need to find Dragapult, Ash commanded. Dragapult is currently with Marnie, my liege. They are facing multiple strange individuals calling themselves Team Skull, Excalibur reported. In an instant, Ash vanished, racing through the shadows. Ralts giggled, watching the darkness swirl around her. While Ralts perceived space and time, Ash saw a raging purple inferno. He appeared behind Marnie, who didn't flinch as her Bisharp stood protectively in front of her, alongside Tyranitar and Toxicroak. 5 individuals were present, each with 3 fully evolved poison-type Pokémon. Ralts curled back into Ash's chest, seeking comfort. The group stared at Ash, then at the ground, before looking back at him. Wait, isn't this the guy with those strange powers? One grunt stammered. Didn't he defeat Solgaleo? Another added. He's just a kid, we can take him, a third grunt declared. No, you can't. You really can't, Marnie interjected. She's right, you can't, Ash agreed. Weezing, use Sludge Bomb, one grunt shouted, but Weezing appeared terrified, shaking in fear. Ash glared at it, and the poison type fainted on the spot. The grunt quickly recalled his Pokemon and fled, followed by the others. Ash snorted, watching them escape. What was that about? He asked Marnie. I was heading towards the school, she replied. Ghostbuster, a Pokemon, phased from Marnie's shadow. Ash rubbed his head as the dragon grinned. Can I go to sleep now? Ghostbuster asked. No, you need to train Lily, Ash replied with a sigh. But MSTR, Ghostbuster began, but Ash gave him a look. Fine. With that, Dragapult vanished. Why were you headed to the school? Ash asked, noticing Marnie wave at Ralts. I'm enrolling. I'm curious to see Alola's talents, plus we can keep an eye on Lily, Marnie explained. Ralts teleported, hiding behind Ash's back. How's Lily? She's not alive, Ash answered. You're training her with Excalibur and Avenger, aren't you? Marnie asked. Maybe, maybe not, Ash replied. Ahu. Go train her yourself, stop being such a worrier. I can take care of myself, Marnie insisted. But, Ash started, but Marnie pushed him away. Go to your disciple already, she said, exasperated. Ash groaned and vanished. You know he just cares, Toxicroak remarked. Bisharp returned alongside his comrades. Marnie continued toward the school, the sun shining on her pale skin. I'm going to get sunburnt. Of all the times to ignore my brother, it had to be now. I can hear his laughter from here, Marnie thought as she approached the gates, where kids poured in from all directions, some arriving by car, bike, or even helicopter. They wore tropical clothing and had a decent tan, unlike Marnie. Her pink hair shone in the sunlight, making her stand out. Everyone stared at her, whispering and pointing. Marnie ignored them, trying to enter the building. Just as she reached for the door, she felt a shift in the wind behind her. Turning her head, a strand of her hair fell to the ground, struck by an ice beam. The door remained undamaged, reinforced by a protective barrier. Marnie turned around, hand on a poke ball, ready to defend herself. All the students nearby looked at the Pokemon that had attacked her, a Glacian. A teenage boy stood next to the ice type, his brown skin contrasting sharply with Marnie's. Yo, who are you? He asked. Why did you attack me? Marnie replied. Because a suspicious pale stranger just tried to enter the school, he accused. Awful reasoning. Apologize, Marnie demanded. Why? You're completely fine thanks to your quick reflexes. How did you dodge that? Do you have a Pokemon out somewhere? He questioned. You tried to hit me. Apologize, Marnie insisted. Tell me who you are first. You're not in a position to make demands, stranger, he retorted. Wrong, Marnie said confidently. Glacian shot a shadow ball, but Marnie caught it with her bare hands, redirecting it to the ground, shocking everyone nearby. Her hand was slightly burnt. You're an Aura Guardian? The boy exclaimed, surprised. No, I'm just trained, Marnie clarified. This girl is insane, he declared. Marnie tapped the Pokeball in her hand, revealing her Weevil. At the sight of the Ice Dark type, the boy's friends released their Pokemon as well, Poplio, Turtonator, Steenie, Togedemaru, and Smeargle. Marnie chuckled. What's so funny, stranger? You're completely surrounded, so start talking, he demanded. It's just that your Pokemon are painfully weak, Marnie replied, causing the boy to grow frustrated. This hostility is unnecessary, she stated. Then tell me the reason you're here, he pressed. My business is my business, Marnie replied coolly. Then when we make you talk, don't cry, he threatened. Why isn't the principal doing anything? That annoying oak, Marnie grumbled. Looking around, she noticed that most of the other kids were watching with curiosity rather than hostility. She knew she didn't look like a local, but this was ridiculous. First, let's de-escalate the situation. My name is Marnie. Marnie, huh? I'm Hal. Wait, Marnie. Aren't you one of the 7 dark trainers? Hal interrupted. Yes, Marnie began. Glacian, Ice Beam. Hal commanded. Well, I was itching for a fight, Marnie said, readying herself. Weevil appeared in front of Glacian, cutting the ice beam in half and knocking Glacian out with a powerful iron head. Steenie attempted a seed bomb, but it was shattered by an ice shard. Weevil then threw Togedemaru into Poplio, knocking them both out. Smeargle unleashed a hyper beam, but Weevil countered with Night Slash, knocking out Turtonator with an ice punch to the jaw and sending the defeated Pokemon crashing into Smeargle, knocking them out as well. Weevil jumped in front of Marnie, looking smug. As I was saying, Marnie continued. Hal sent out another Pokemon, a Darkrix. Weevil shivered at the sight, memories flooding back. Hal noticed and thought he had a chance, but Darkrix was quickly taken down by an ice shard. DMN Robin, giving every Pokemon he meets PTSD. Enough. You're not winning. I'm here to enroll, Marnie stated firmly. A dark trainer? Here. You're just trying to ruin, Hal protested. I don't have time for this. Weevil, Marnie commanded. Suddenly, all of Marnie's attackers were on the ground, knocked out. Weevil laughed, jumping back onto Marnie's shoulder after the swift victory. Sighing, Marnie walked into the school, the other kids watching her in awe and fear. As soon as Marnie entered, she was greeted by a man who resembled someone she had met long ago, though he was tanner. Welcome to Alola, he exclaimed. Long time no see, Marnie replied, evading his attempt at a hug and walking up the stairs. The professor grinned and led her to the classroom. Marnie and the professor had some history. She had met both the Oaks with Mustard, who had taken her and Ash to Kanto to meet them. While Marnie got along well, Ash had run off to meet the gym leaders and Elite Four members, returning a couple of months later. It's wonderful to see you again, Oak said. Please tell me you're done with puns, Marnie replied. Yes, Cousin Samuel helped me move on. On another note, are you excited? You're going back to school. Oak said. I'm only doing this because we need an eye on Lily, Marnie responded. Speaking of which, when will she be joining us again? Oak asked. Most likely in the next 30 minutes. Ash won't be joining the school, though, he'll be busy keeping legendaries away from her, Marnie explained. Wait, what? Oak said, surprised. Why were your students so hostile? You'd think the Great Oak would have better students, Marnie remarked. They've been extra jumpy. A gang called Team Skull has been harassing the school. Most of their trainers use dark and poison-type Pokemon, so... Ah, so that's who they were. Well, I knocked out a couple of your students, Marnie said. I saw. They'll be awake soon, Oak replied. They'll enter now. Weevil didn't put too much strength into it, Marnie noted. Right on cue, the students entered, looking out of breath. They glanced at Oak and then at Marnie, the Weevil on her shoulder hissing. How stepped in front of Oak, trying to block Marnie's view of him. Principal, she's a Team Skull member. How exclaimed. Of course she's not. She's your new classmate, Oak countered. How looked from Oak to Marnie and back again, clearly confused. Jumpy indeed, Marnie commented. Take your seats. Champion Kukui is busy, so I'll be teaching you, Oak instructed. Take your seats. But sir. How protested. Sit down, How, Oak sighed. How glared at Marnie before taking his seat, and the other students followed suit, casting wary looks in Marnie's direction. Oak placed Marnie in front of the whiteboard and asked her to introduce herself. Two other kids who hadn't been knocked out sat down, looking around at the tense atmosphere. As I said, I'm Marnie, third place in this year's Kalos League. I am a dark trainer. I'm 16 years old. I'll be here for a year, she introduced herself. Your turn, everyone, Oak prompted. I'm How, the strongest trainer in the school. How declared. Not anymore, Oak replied, causing Marnie to snort. I'm Ilima, the class representative and MSTR of normal types, Ilima said, waving his hair. I am Kiwi, a fire trainer, Kiwi introduced himself. Lana is me, the best fisher in the region, Lana said proudly. I'm Mallow. I own a restaurant, so I can give you something on the house as an apology, Mallow offered. I'm Sophocles, a genius electric inventor. Sophocles chimed in. I'm Acerola, a ghost trainer, Acerola said, raising an eyebrow. Really now? Now that's certainly something, Marnie remarked. Mina, a fairy trainer, Mina introduced herself. A fairy trainer. And here I thought I outran the fairies in Kalos, Marnie said. So here's your new classmate. Please give her a great year in Alola. Class will begin, Oak started. What about Lily and Celine? How interrupted. I'm here. Celine burst through the door, breathing. She floated her belongings to her seat, took a deep breath, and nodded at Marnie, who noticed Celine looking at her wide-eyed. Wait a second, aren't you his girlfriend? Celine asked. I have a name, Psychic, Marnie replied. So do I. It's Celine, she responded. Definition, Moon. Marnie said. Girlfriend of the strongest being on the planet, Celine added. Am I missing something? How asked, bewildered. Shut up, How, both Celine and Marnie said in unison. Where's Lily? Celine asked. The strongest being on the planet is bringing her over. He'll be training her for the year we're here, Marnie explained. Bet you're real happy he's with another girl. Even better, since they're so. Celine teased. Watch it, Psychic, Marnie warned. What are you going to do, Normie? He's not here to protect you, Celine challenged. You think I need protection from you? Marnie shot back. Wanna find out? Celine replied. Ladies, enough. Oak interjected, clearing his throat. As I was saying, Lily should be here soon. She's actually here now, Marnie said as a Pokemon appeared from the shadows, a Decidueye. The starter was with Lily, who collapsed onto the ground, covered in bruises. Celine attempted to attack the bird, but found herself stuck to her chair, unable to move from Robin's glance. Robin snatched a piece of paper from Acerola's bag, wrote something down with one of his quills, and threw it at Marnie. The paper asked how she knew they were there. Weevil was freaking out, Marnie explained, causing Robin to snort. Robin vanished again, leaving Lily on the ground. How and Acerola helped her up, with How blushing as he did so. "And Marnie," Lily stammered. "Yes." Marnie replied. "I never want to shadow travel again," Lily said. Marnie grinned. "When you learn how to light travel, then you won't have to." "Is that supposed to make me feel any better?" Lily asked. "Yes," Marnie assured her. "This is the class for the year, so let's do some team bonding activities," Oak announced. "Wait. Marnie, why? Isn't he here?" Lily asked. "He's making sure you don't get attacked," Marnie explained. "Wow, they do not care about secrets. Kids, Lily here is a power user. Marnie's job is to help her, alongside her boyfriend, who you'll hopefully never meet," Oak said. "I met him, he's great. In an insane, bloodthirsty kind of way," Celine added. "Follow me outside, everyone," Oak instructed. As they walked, everyone clamored around Lily, asking questions and yelling. How was in the lead, getting closer and closer to her. Marnie narrowed her eyes, and Celine did the same. Both girls exchanged glares before directing their annoyance at How, who was painfully obvious in his curiosity, something Lily was not, as she tried to inch away. "You're a power user. Which one, aura or psychic?" How asked excitedly. Lily looked at Marnie for guidance. "She's neither." "Lily, those are your powers. Tell who you want to tell," Marnie encouraged. "What can you do?" How pressed. "Right now, nothing. I'm being trained physically and mentally. I've been told my body is too weak to use my powers," Lily admitted. Marnie nodded in agreement. "Will you be stronger than Celine?" How asked. Lily looked at Marnie again for support. "Celine won't last 1 minute," Marnie stated confidently. "Ouch. I have you know I'm a powerful psychic," Celine began. "If I can beat you, you have no chance with Lily," Marnie challenged. "You think you can beat me?" "I can fold you like a twig," Celine retorted. "Yeah. Wanna prove it, Ms. Psychic?" Marnie shot back. "Who's training you? Is it Kukui or one of the kahunas?" How asked. No. "Well, I can't just tell them it's the most dangerous man on the planet. He wants to remain anonymous," Lily explained. "Probably because it's too much of a hassle to deal with kids like him," Celine added. "Too much of a pain. Plus, he's been busy keeping legendaries in line," Marnie said. "Can I come over later to help you train?" How asked eagerly. Marnie and Celine both grabbed Lily and started to pull her away, while How attempted to follow, but Lana stopped him. "Out of the question," Marnie and Celine said in unison. "My current trainer is more than enough," Lily insisted. "Are you sure? My Pokemon are super strong, and I train with them regularly. I bet I can beat him in a battle." How exclaimed, but Celine snorted in disbelief. "You'd get creamed. One of his Pokemon is that Decidueye. Isn't yours still a Dartrix?" Celine pointed out. "So? Evolution doesn't matter. My starter is plenty strong enough." How retorted. Lily shook her head. "No, he's not. Whatever. Are you sure I can't come over?" How asked. "Positive," Lily replied firmly. Ilima chimed in, shot down in such a fashionable way. "Can I request to?" "No," Lily interrupted, prompting laughter from Lana and Mallow. "DMN pretty boy," How muttered. "Everyone quiet down. We've arrived," Oak announced as they found themselves in the middle of a forest near the school, surrounded by trees. "Go into pairs, find your way back." Good luck, Oak instructed before walking away, leaving the students looking at one another, unsure of what to do. Is this normal? Marnie asked. Normally we'd be given some days to prepare, Mallow replied. What did you do, Ash? Marnie questioned, her tone serious. DMN Shadow User, what did you do? Celine echoed. Marnie, let's go, Lily said. Like hell, Celine started, but Marnie interrupted. If her powers activate, what are you going to do, Celine? Stop them. Celine insisted. You'll end up hurting her. Psychic powers are stronger against her than normal. Although that's just a theory. Ash is weak to fighting spirit, strong against psychic, so why wouldn't the opposite be true? Lily, let's go. Marnie. I'd like to go with Celine, Lily said hesitantly. Ha! Celine exclaimed. Suddenly, the shadows around the three girls began to move violently. Marnie grinned, while Celine held her breath in frustration. Lily sighed, knowing what that meant. On second thought, I'll go with Marnie, Lily decided. DMN Shadow, Celine muttered. Did their shadows just move? Kiawe asked, bewildered. Scientifically, that's impossible, Sophocles added. But did you not see that dark trainer with powers? Lana pointed out. That man's probably in Galar, Elima said, rolling his eyes at Celine. Celine grabbed How and ran off, while Marnie went with Lily, the two heading in the opposite direction. Marnie, we've talked about this. My job is to stick with you, Marnie said. It's not like I'm going to be attacked every second or anything, Lily replied. Murphy's Law, Marnie warned. Just then, a Pokemon jumped from a tree, attempting to attack Lily from above. Marnie shoved Lily away, blocking the blow. The Dusknoir landed on the ground, eyes furious. Like user. You cannot be allowed to, the Dusknoir began. Reaper. What the hell are you doing? Marnie exclaimed. Reaper. Wait. Is this Ash's Pokemon? Lily asked in surprise. As expected of you, my lady, Reaper said, throwing a piece of paper at Marnie and bowing. Marnie read the letter and crushed it in frustration. I'm going to have a talk with him later. I am truly sorry, my lady. He thinks this is an excellent training exercise, a bonding experience, and a way for him to gauge our strength, Reaper explained. What's wrong? Lily asked, confused. My insane boyfriend decided to tell his Pokemon to hunt us down as training, Marnie replied. What? Is he mad at me? Lily asked, worried. No, this is just Ash for you. A reckless idiot. I'm going to have a word with him, Marnie said. Apologies. This is supposed to help you learn how to fight Pokemon. Marshadao is also out here, Reaper added, making Lily pale. What did he say? Marnie asked. LLLLL Marshadao, Lily stammered. He's making Marshadao hunt us down. Figures, Marnie said. So is Lady Mew, Reaper added. Wait, Ash has Mew. Lily exclaimed, turning to Marnie. Guess she's here too. We don't have a lot of time. We're just lucky Reaper found us first, or we'd already be in trouble. If a Pokemon like Aqua, Firestorm, or, God forbid, Wrath showed up, we'd be in serious danger. Time to go before we get overwhelmed. Marnie woke up in the cabin Ash had built for them, finding herself in bed next to Ash, who was grinning at her. Lily was on her left, just waking up as well. When Marnie saw Ash, she reached out, ready to confront him, but he teleported to the opposite side of the room. Marnie checked herself over, relieved to see she was fine. Lily appeared to be okay too, though they were both wearing hospital gowns and their hair was a mess. Marnie got out of bed and lunged at Ash again. She phased right through him, hitting her head on the wall with a groan. Undeterred, she got back up and tried to lunge at him once more. You can't hold this forever, she shouted. I can hold it far longer than you can stay mad, Ash replied. Wanna bet? I can stay mad at you as long as I want, Marnie challenged. Can I at least explain my reasoning? Ash asked. Sure, so it'll be more fun to hit you, Marnie replied. I needed a way to do 3 things in a short span of time: help you and Lily grow closer, have my Pokemon practice working together, and train you too. It was decided that this was the best way to accomplish all 3, Ash explained. What if she got hurt? Marnie pressed. I wasn't going to let that happen. Besides, thanks to our newest healer, you two are completely fine. Hella could have come in handy in Kalos. But better late than never, I guess, Ash said. You're insufferable. A psychotic pain, Marnie shot back. Love you too. Ash replied cheerfully. A battle junkie, son of a. But you love me, Ash interrupted. Which makes me just as insane. If you're going to put us in danger, at least give us some warning. Marnie exclaimed. I'll admit, that was an error on my part. That's on me. I expected Lily to have some use, not be that much dead weight, Ash said. 2M right here, Lily said quietly. I had to carry you the whole time, Marnie reminded her. She's upset. Sorry, Lily mumbled. And what were you doing during all of this? Marnie asked Ash. Broke the psychic lock on you, he replied. I'm going to have a serious talk with you, Marnie said. Every morning for 4 hours, I've told my Pokemon to hunt me down. I can't use my powers, Ash explained. Make it 6, Marnie demanded. Done, Ash agreed. Just like that? Lily asked, surprised. What? Marnie replied. You're over it just like that? Lily pressed. Of course not. But it's better to deal with him later when he's not incorporeal, Marnie said. Oh, forgot to mention. You've been out for a week, Ash added, causing Marnie to grow frustrated. Oh, you're so dead, she shouted. Marnie lunged at Ash, but he passed through her again. Lily noticed Ash had bags under his eyes and looked worn out. Marnie noticed too, but didn't care much. Have fun at school, ladies, Ash said before vanishing. Marnie swore under her breath, grabbing her things and heading to her and Ash's room. Lily did the same, going to her own room to change. Lily stepped out wearing a blue skirt and a white shirt, her hair neatly styled in a bun and minimal makeup enhancing her natural beauty. Marnie, dressed in black shorts and a black hoodie, had her hair straightened with pink highlights that contrasted sharply with her dark locks. Small black earrings completed her look. As they both grabbed their bags and poked ball, a thunderstorm raged outside, but a dark barrier kept them dry. Lily quickly fetched an umbrella, and together they made their way to school. Lily voiced her concerns, wondering what they would say to their friends after being away for a week and returning with injuries. Marnie advised her to steer the conversation away from their experiences, emphasizing that revealing too much about Lily's powers was a mistake. Lily hesitated, asking about Celine, to which Marnie replied that she would likely piece things together. The conversation shifted as Lily inquired about how long Marnie would stay upset with Ash. Marnie explained her perspective on errors and mistakes, suggesting that Ash had simply made an error. Lily teased that Marnie might just love him too much to stay mad. Curious, Lily asked if she could ask a question, leading to a playful exchange about how many questions she could pose. Eventually, she asked Marnie to share a bit about herself. Marnie revealed that she lived in Galar with her older brother and had traveled to Kalos the previous year, hinting at some past hardships. After a moment of silence, Marnie proposed they go out the next day for shopping and to bond, suggesting that Lily needed more clothes and a Pokemon. Lily was excited at the prospect of getting a new Pokemon and offered to get Marnie and Ash eggs in return. Their conversation turned to the island challenge, with Marnie expressing uncertainty about participating, noting Ash's limitations. Lily mentioned her ability to use Z-rings without issue, prompting Marnie to test their reactions to various items. As they discussed the nature of Mega Evolution and Z crystals, Marnie shared her knowledge about the mechanics behind them, explaining how they affected trainers and Pokémon differently. Lily was intrigued by the idea of testing a Terra Orb, leading Marnie to jot down notes for future experiments. Marnie revealed her multifaceted skills, from battling to research, and expressed her willingness to teach Lily. Lily, feeling self-conscious, downplayed her abilities, but Marnie encouraged her, highlighting the strength in her appearance. As they approached the school gates, they drew attention from their peers. Lily was well known as the most appealing and wealthy girl, while Marnie, the new girl, was recognized for her impressive skills as a trainer. Whispers circulated about their recent return and the mysterious circumstances surrounding it. Entering her classroom, Lily put away the umbrella, and Hao rushed over, excited to see her. Lily looked to Marnie for help, and Marnie playfully intervened, ensuring Hao returned to his seat. The other students followed Hao's lead, though none of them ended up knocked out. Celine pushed through the crowd, wrapping her arms around Lily, who looked exhausted. Hao quickly regained consciousness. "What happened to you two?" Celine asked, concern etched on her face. "Wild Pokémon." Lily replied hesitantly. "That's a silly excuse," Elima chimed in. "All the wild Pokémon were gone. It was like a mysterious creature swept them away using magic." Lana exclaimed, earning a skeptical look from Sophocles. "Anyway, what really happened?" Kiawe interjected. "Not your concern," Marnie replied curtly. "It's been a week." "Are you sure?" Hao began, but Marnie cut him off. "Pretty sure," she said. "He took good care of us," Lily added, glancing at Marnie, who shot her a glare. "You mean that guy?" "Who was he?" Hao asked. "Nobody," Lily insisted. "You can trust us, we're friends," Hao pressed. "I don't trust you, and we're not friends," Lily shot back, causing Celine to snort and Hao to look hurt. This is the first time she's ever spoken her mind in public. "I guess getting powers has emboldened her," Celine remarked. "Settle down, everyone. Get in your seats. Today we're learning about shiny Pokémon," Oak announced, trying to regain control of the class. "Are you all aware of shiny Pokémon?" Shiny Pokémon are those with altered colors, appearing with only a 1 in 4096 chance, Sophocles explained. "Correct. How many here have seen a shiny Pokémon, aside from the Aegislash last week?" Oak asked. Marnie, Celine, Lily, and Hao raised their hands. "I have a shiny, and I've seen quite a few. My friends combined have more than 5, Marnie stated proudly. "I have a shiny," Celine added. "A friend?" Lily asked, and Marnie nodded. "I saw a shiny Salandit once. It was being chased by some strange people in uniforms, but it vanished before they could catch it, like shadows took it away." Hao recounted, exchanging glances with Marnie, Celine, and Lily. "Marnie, Celine, show us your shinies," Oak instructed. Marnie tapped a pokeball, and Grimmsnarl emerged with a roar. Celine followed suit, releasing her shiny Rockruff onto the table. The puppy yipped in excitement but quickly hid when he noticed Grimmsnarl's gaze. Celine gently coaxed him back out, placing the trembling puppy on Oak's desk, with Grimmsnarl beside him. "A good friend of mine has lent us his shiny Pokémon for today's lesson. One of his shinies isn't here, and he sends his apologies," Oak said. Suddenly, a shiny Urshifu appeared from the shadows, hands behind her back and a serious expression on her face. Accompanying her were a shiny Chandelure, shiny Zoroark, and shiny Aegislash. The Aegislash led the group, bowing respectfully, with her companions following suit. "Wait, isn't that the Pokémon that attacked you too?" Hao exclaimed. "These Pokémon are shinies. Your assignment is to draw them. Choose one and highlight their uniqueness," Oak instructed. Marnie chose Aegislash, who bowed at her with a hint of sadness in her eye. Transforming into her blade form, she hugged Marnie with her free hand. Yeah, I know you're sorry. It's okay, Marnie reassured her. The class began drawing the shiny Pokémon, with many gravitating towards Mystique due to her beauty. Meanwhile, Ash was at home base, finishing up his daily training routine. Aqua, he said, stop calling me that. No, Aqua replied defiantly. Ash floated down from his meditation, playfully slapping Aqua on the back. Aqua returned the gesture, both grinning at each other. Hela, perched on Ash's shoulder, played with a dark orb, giggling as Ash handed her another one. Hey, newbie. Firestorm called out, shoving Aqua aside. She crouched down to meet Ralts, who hid behind Ash. Let me handle this, Aqua said, but Ash stopped him. Hela, do you think you're ready to meet the team? Ash asked. Are they nice? Hela replied shyly. Of course they are, Ash assured her. Hela peeked from Ash's shoulder and saw Firestorm waving excitedly. She squirmed, avoiding eye contact. I'm Firestorm, the resident flame expert. Firestorm introduced herself. Hi, Hela stammered. She's nice, but just a little extra, Ash teased. Extra? Who, me? I am not extra. I am an artist. Firestorm protested, tilting her head at Hela. Ahu, Aqua said, unimpressed. Anything to say, Froggy? Firestorm challenged. Nothing, Firechild, Aqua replied. Avenger joined them, followed closely by the rest of the team, except for those currently being drawn. I am known as Avenger, a fighting MSTR. We have met before, little one, she said to Hela. I'm Robin Hood, archer extraordinaire. I love fighting and battling. Robin added enthusiastically. Shut it, bird. I'm Killer Frost, Ice Sovereign, Frost interjected. Hi, Hela greeted them all. The name's Harbinger, Absol introduced. Hela. You're pretty, Hela complimented. How kind, Harbinger replied. You have darkness in you. Very pretty, Hela observed. Thank you. Would you like me to teach you how to use it? Harbinger offered. Yais. Hela exclaimed. Come along then, Harbinger said. Why are you training her? She's a psychic, Firestorm questioned. She's interested in darkness, so she should learn from the best darkness user in our family, Harbinger explained. Humph. I want a disciple too, Firestorm crossed her arms. Next time, Firestorm. Come along, Hela, Harbinger called. Hela hesitated, wanting to learn but feeling uneasy without Ash. Want me to come? Ash asked. Yais, Hela replied. Ash stood up and walked alongside Harbinger, with Ralts climbing onto his shoulder. Harbinger leaped onto a tree branch, watching Hela as she sat in the grass, feeling the cool earth beneath her. Step 1 of darkness, feel for it. If you can't do this, you won't be able to use dark abilities, Harbinger instructed. Hela closed her eyes, reaching out with her senses. She felt herself fading, her essence connecting with everything around her. Harbinger observed her progress, surprised by the little psychic type's ability to connect with darkness. Next, control it. Picture the darkness and move it. It's fluid, infinite, and powerful, Harbinger continued. Hela opened her eyes, spotting a patch of darkness. She concentrated, focusing on the shadow. To her amazement, a shadow tendril appeared before her, waving as she waved back. A giggle escaped her lips, a smile forming on her face. Ash took control of the shadow, making it disappear. Harbinger jumped down from the tree, nuzzling Hela, who looked a little scared but hugged her leg tightly. Thank you, Hela said shyly. Would you like to see something? Harbinger asked. One day, you'll be able to do this just like me, Ash thought as he prepared to demonstrate a new ability. Are we showing her void form? He asked, glancing at Harbinger. Indeed, Harbinger replied, her presence commanding attention. With a sigh, Ash revealed his hand, showcasing his keystone. The mega stone earring on Absol connected with black tendrils, creating an aura of anticipation. Harbinger was encased in a black rock, causing Hela to step back in awe. Ash quickly reassured her, lifting her up so they could face the rock together. This is the pinnacle of what you'll be able to do one day, he said, his voice filled with encouragement. Suddenly, the rock exploded, and a dark tendril caught the debris, dissipating it into the air. There stood Mega Absol, majestic and powerful, her wings unfurling and captivating Hela. Can I climb on? Hela asked, her voice trembling with excitement. Of course, Harbinger responded, allowing Hela to climb onto her back, feeling the dark energy beneath her. This is called Mega Evolution. However, we can go beyond that. Would you like to see it? Ash asked. Yes. Hela exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. Ash lifted Hela once more, channeling his power into Harbinger. Her form began to shift, Absol's white fur transformed into a deep black, her wings darkening as well. An aura of strength enveloped her, and she appeared like a fallen angel, ready to confront darkness. The Void's angel. Or to be more accurate, my angel, Ash declared proudly. Can I do that one day? Hela asked, her voice filled with hope. Of course, little one. But first, let's keep practicing with darkness. Do you feel comfortable with Harbinger? Yes. Hela replied eagerly. Go with the others, Ash. I can keep teaching her, Harbinger said, her tone reassuring. Ash nodded, teleporting to Robin, who was currently engaged in a friendly standoff with Frost, both pointing bows at one another. All I said was we should find more sparring partners. Robin insisted. Am I not enough for you, bird brain? Frost shot back. Do these two do this often? Neuro asked, observing the playful banter. Yes. In my experience, it's because the Pokémon enjoy each other's company, Wrath explained. Where's Hela, MSTR? Aqua inquired. Harbinger is mentoring her, Ash replied. Loki, can you quickly catch another Pokémon? Avenger suggested. Why? Ash asked. Neuro needs a rookie to bond with, Avenger explained. This queen needs no one to bond with. How dare you think so lowly of me? Neuro retorted. I'll think about it, Ash said, considering their request. Catch a shiny Magikarp, Radiation suggested. Marvelous idea. A new Dark Mega, Reaper began. No, catch a Galark. Croc interrupted. Shut up, all of you. It's impossible to sleep around here, BD complained. Why would you sleep, bro? Croc asked. Because I'm tired, dumbass, BD replied. Nah, you're just lame, Croc teased. Excuse me? Is he right? No, he's insane. Right? BD pondered. MSTR, how was the school day? Knight asked. Marnie forgave us, Excalibur chimed in. Oh, thank Arceus, Knight said, relieved. Indeed, Excalibur agreed. Crooked, do you think MSTR will catch another ghost or dark type first? Fallen asked. Hopefully a dark type. Fallen, you're our best solo special attacker. What do you think of Hela? Crooked replied. A chorus of voices erupted, each Pokémon expressing their opinions on Hela's abilities and strengths, leading to playful arguments among them. Did she really just do that? Our nicest member. Ash remarked, watching the chaos unfold. Life is about being a burden to others while carrying the burden of others. Crooked declared, flying up with a small smile. Too true. Loki agreed. Mad, all of you, just mad, Ash.